don't know about y'all, but I am tired every day at something. Yeah, I know the feeling. All right, give me a second. I'm going to move my cam back so it's not bumped constantly. Oh my God. Hey, everybody. It has been a long couple of days. I am. I don't know. I'm at a loss for what I keep seeing in the Middle East. Yesterday, I woke up around 4 to find out that we had struck at Iran. And from there, it just became a constant cavalcade of news that it seems very obvious that the Epstein class, here meaning Israel and Trump and Netanyahu, are trying to keep things as confusing as possible because they very clearly, despite being the primary aggressors, do not have a handle on the situation, a situation that is boiling over across the entire region. This is, and it very almost immediately, it was not limited to Iran. My stream alert spot is entirely broken. That's fine. Um, I'm not okay with all the ways the press are saying people are celebrating Khamenei's death. I mean, if you're like, yeah, the press is working overtime to manufacture consent right now because literally, and this narrative is going so far out of hand so quickly because it's not fucking true and there's nothing to back it up, and the longer it lasts it becomes more apparent that they want to make it seem like, and this is why you have dipshits. I saw unfortunately I was subjected to Brianna Wu over on Threads talking about, no, it's actually good that we killed Iran's leader because apparently we've been at war with Iran for 50 years is the narrative they're going with. And so what they're talking about, what people are being told through the American media, and much like with Palestine, it doesn't line up with what we can see and hear coming out of the actual area, and is obviously a very tailored vision that people want us to buy into and believe. It's fucking like the people don't want. So I have a number of things to go over, and a lot of it is analysis of the region because it is not as simple as the American mind, the Western mind will think, where that the Ayatollah was a bad dude who suppressed dissent and was a brutal dictator and authoritarian regime and all that shit. So us killing him equals good, because that's not the case. Especially in the Middle East and in these countries where we have seen multiple times what happens when the Americans primarily take action and create a power vacuum where we either insert some conservative group that's going to go along with our whims and help us with oil and military resources in the area, or leave the vacuum to be filled by more radicals. Like there is no winning side right now. And it's this bizarre feeling to, I don't know. I've been having trouble sleeping, and issues with stress and burnout for weeks. I mean months, but particularly the last couple weeks have felt something's off, you know. And it's a bizarre feeling to watch it actually start to unfold. To sit and watch American aircraft carriers and all the might that we so proudly flaunt of the greatest military in the world brought to its fucking knees so easily, so quickly. The idea that and the reason why it happened when it did was because Trump didn't want it to affect the markets too badly. But after ignoring, because now we're hearing from CIA officials that, and people are leaking that, like, no, Trump was told don't fucking do this. And I'm willing to bet Pete fucking Hegseth, with his dumb macho bravado bullshit, was like, no, it'll be fucking cool. We totally got this, bro. No, we fucking totally got this. Because Pete Hegseth is the SecDef who has no understanding or intelligence in any apprehension of the intelligence apparatus in America. He is somebody who literally, like, fucking posts TikTok clips of bombing civilian boats like they're fucking Call of Duty highlights. And so I'm not surprised it's going this way. And it is, again, this weird feeling of knowing that hundreds, if not thousands of people are already dead. Between the civilians that we've bombed, between which, by the way, the fucking war hawks and Zionists out there are already trying to make it be like, no, actually, that little girl's school was actually a terrorist hideout. Like, fuck off. The fuck it was. Isn't it convenient that every time we drop a fucking bomb on a civilian area and it hits a hospital or hits a girls' school or hits some other fucking, internment camp or whatever, that suddenly it's no, actually there were terrorists there. And it's this bizarre feeling that it reminds me of Shock a little bit. Or not even Shock. What is the... It's not a Euphoria. But there is, when you survive a traumatic event, you have this shot of adrenaline that puts you in a place where you just kind of are very passive. It's not, you're not happy, but it is similar to how a sense of euphoria will make you feel. And that's all I can really think right now, is that we are just watching real time. We're gonna look at a lot of missile strikes and shit today. The full might of the American empire that we've been told for so long, we're just this unstoppable force that you love it or leave it. We'll put a boot up your ass and all this bullshit. And wouldn't you believe it, when we actually go up against a equipped, technologically equal or equivalent or apparently superior military force, we get our fucking clocks cleaned. Like, I'm willing to bet that Pete Hegseth, the dipshit dullard he is, had this racist idea in his head of like, oh, Iran, no, that's just like Afghanistan, right? They'll be firing their drones out of caves, right? Instead of having an intensively organized structure of command that is more and more evident by the targets that they continue to pick. Because while it seems that Americans and Israeli forces are just flailing all over, and the fucking... Sorry, I do have a Modelo today. For obvious reasons. Well, not for obvious reasons. I was just feeling a Modelo. I don't know why. Richard Williams, I don't think the Ayatollahs... Here's the thing. Iran has no reason to surrender. Trump and Netanyahu have plenty of reasons to try and wind down tensions. Netanyahu fucking fled. He's out of there. Trump wants it to be over because he knows when the markets open tomorrow, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. A massive amount of the world's oil, fucking Iran has it by the nads. Trump, yeah, wants this fucking gone yesterday. Iran, this is their opportunity to deliver the most humbling blow on the great Satan the world has ever seen. Because everything, it doesn't matter what Iran does at this point. They were not the aggressors. They are now taking defensive action, even if they are on the offense. Wasn't the Ayatollah a major religious figure? Yes. Yeah, the Ayatollah was, from what I understand, and granted, I'm not a Muslim scholar by any stretch. From what I understand, the Ayatollah was both a like clerical figurehead and a head of state and a diplomatic figurehead. So it was, and you are correct. That Strait of Hormuz isn't closed yet. I should have used different wordage. It is, and well, and thankfully, the big fear, I think, to your point, if there is a chance for diplomacy, I think the kind of interim Ayatollah, who we'll read about shortly, has the ability and maybe the foresight to try and wind down tensions eventually. So this may have turned into a religious war for Iran and others. I mean, in so many ways, it already was a religious war. Like, Israel's aggression towards Iran is the fact that it is a primarily Muslim power. That is where Netanyahu's animus stems from. All right, turn up the gain. Okay, sorry. It shows me hitting. Okay, that'll be better. Could we all collectively say no to joining the war? It doesn't matter. Nobody said yes. Except for the people who need to be put on trial when all this shit is over. I mean, even people like John Fetterman, honestly. The idea that you can look at what's happening and still justify it, that we're still doing this like Democrat, Republican reach around the aisle, Warhawk 2003 bullshit, being like just waving your little American flag, being like, look at how good we did. We killed the leader of another sovereign country, and don't pay attention to the way they are whooping our ass over there. Don't pay attention to all of our super like billions upon billions upon billions of dollars of equipment destroyed at this point. And wait, for what? Like, for what? Somebody brought up the Ayatollah was an old man. He was going to die sooner rather than later. I genuinely do not know what the fuck. Like, did Trump just think that this would be just like Soleimani? That this would just be, they'd just be able to boop and kill the leader of the country, and then everybody would just acquiesce? Fucking unbelievable. I think he was in his 80s, yeah. And it is having trickle-down effects all across the region. I just saw a fucking, because of course, in there, it is staggering, the seismic scale of this embarrassment internationally. It is not, I need people to understand, this is not like, they will try and sweep this away. They won't be able to. We have, like, ongoing in the last day, we have had events on the scale of Benghazi multiple times over that are still ongoing. This is a domino effect of international incidents where we are the aggressors. We are the axis of evil. America and Israel. Breaking reports. Yeah, I've seen, of course, because Keir Starmer came out yesterday and said that we, support the war, and of course they fucking do. Baronessa returns, also very important. This happened when there were ongoing negotiations. Negotiating with. Oh yeah, like here's the thing. This is what every. say what you will and deserves to be said about the warmongering of administrations like George Bush and Barack Obama. They at least understood that bargaining itself, the ability to have diplomacy, is a bargaining chip. There is no reason, like I was saying earlier, there is no reason for Iran, when we were in the middle of negotiations with them, there's no reason for Iran to come to the table right now. They have the upper hand. Not only do they have the upper hand, it seems like they sure have the backing of China. Like, and this is such a massive fucking boondoggle. This isn't going to be like the failed excursion in Cuba a couple days ago, where people were talking about how, these just anti-Castro revolutionaries are coming in by boats, and that was swept under the rug because it was a failed fucking USA op, because of course it was. Hundreds of American soldiers are dead for no reason in a largely unpopular act of aggression. And that is before considering the hundreds upon hundreds of civilians that are now dead as a result, directly result of our actions, of our munitions, of our missiles. And it is, yeah, it is a realization for what it needs to be is a realization for the American people. It needs to be a realization for Americans that, no, we are the bad guys. We are the aggressors. Because the rest of the world already knows. The rest of the world has known. Which is why there's been so much apprehension, even among people in Iran who dislike the Ayatollah, who dislike the regime. Because if you hear, oh, the Americans are coming to save us, that doesn't exactly inspire confidence after decades of doing shit just like this, deposing leaders, setting up our own little puppet factions and puppet groups and CIA-backed fronts to help us gain some kind of soft power in the region, and then letting them do whatever the fuck they want. When people talk about, people don't like to bring this up, because when people talk about, oh, Hassan said this, Hassan did this, Hassan supports terrorists, Hassan said America deserved 9/11. No, Hassan said 9/11 was blowback, which it fucking was. It was blowback for decades of operations in the Middle East where CIA-backed kill squads would target people, where they created power vacuums in the Cold War that were filled by radical Islamic sects. And the fact that Netanyahu fled like the bitch that he is to Europe. Unbelievable. Yeah. Germany of all places. Yeah. So let's get into it, chat. Let's see if I can find one with live updates really quick. Yeah, right. From the BBC. So let's go. What are they saying today? Iran operations ahead of schedule, says Trump, as Tehran hits back across the region. Right. The U.S. has destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian Navy ships. We haven't seen that. We have seen again, you literally cannot listen to anything they say at this point, because they want to make us look as cool and badass as possible for all the good old boys back home to be like, well, take that, Bin Laden, take that, Osama. Because suddenly everybody with no geopolitical knowledge of the area has a fucking opinion that, whoa, no, we're absolutely the good guys in this war, in this entirely unprovoked war of aggression. 9 people have been killed after a missile strike in Israel. IDF says it has launched another wave of strikes on Tehran, while Iranian officials say at least 153 people, including children, were killed after a reported strike hit a school. That is the girls' school, where it is looking more and more like that was an American missile that killed almost 200 children. Iran's Interim Leadership Council is named after Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Iran's foreign minister says a new leader could be chosen in a day or two. So I would say that what we're seeing today, what we're seeing tomorrow, is going to keep happening. The UAE says 3 people have been killed by Iranian attacks since yesterday, while in Kuwait, 1 person has reported being killed. We're going to talk about the UAE and Dubai strikes as well. Yeah, breaking. Here we go. So 1310. UK to allow US to take defensive action from military. How do... In what world? Unless that means that they are just going to open their bases to us. Permission to use bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. Okay, so it's not going to be just that. I can guarantee it's not going to be just that. Some mourn the leader. Yeah, no shit. U.S. Navy base in Bahrain struck by Iranian drone. A senior Bahraini official tells me that the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet was struck by an Iranian drone that caused a major fire. Jesus Christ. Oh, we expect casualties with something like this, Trump says after 3 U.S. service members killed. We have 3, but there's so much more than fucking 3. When was this? This was today. Jesus Christ. 3 casualties. We have had multiple massive cruisers and battleships hit with direct missiles. We have had hotels where operators and CIA assets are staying and planning operations fucking destroyed. We have had multiple bases and installations hit directly. And we are talking, we've only had 3 casualties? Yeah, sure. All right, let's keep going down here. So this is a analysis from yesterday. Oh no, Canadian Goose. There have been like at least, I don't know if, because it's so hard to confirm any of this shit, between multiple countries and multiple news agencies running interference for those countries and everything being basically locked down so that the Western powers here can get the best spin on it possible, which, by the way, is the same thing that Iran is doing, so it is not limited to just us. Synaptic, thank you for $5. Wondering if they will call for jihad due to Israel involvement and taking out their supreme leader. Is that as possible as it feels? I wouldn't be surprised. Tattooed Tartan, thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Limited itself to launching Tomahawk missiles. So first day, Iran's retaliation larger than expected. Israel maintains firepower. Based on just 2 videos, both showing more than 20 Tomahawks, I estimate the U.S. expended 10 to 15% of its Tomahawk inventory on the first day, hitting dozens of targets in Iran. The Israeli attacks were even more aggressive with 2 major waves. I'm going to turn on some vibe music here. Iran is seeking to eliminate the American AN/TPY-2 radars. Structures are highly mobile. Both Israel and U.S. heavily invested in drone operations for terrain monitoring to hunt for Iranian missile launchers, but at least 2 large-scale launchers were identified and destroyed. No reports of naval combat. This is all from yesterday, so those things have changed. On the first day, everything has unfolded and we anticipated over the last 15 years. So this is a regional map of where everything is coming from and being hit. Iran is shooting shit over Iraq. And Iraq has also... I'm trying to remember what thing... I hope I saved the thing, because it was also... I don't remember if there were drones or strikes from Israel, but Iraq is also taking fire because fucking duh. Iran would need Chinese assistance. All right, yeah. That. So this was from yesterday. Iran is now targeting CENTCOM HQ. Americans lied about evacuating. You can hear them in a video. American interceptors failed. This is another thing we're learning with Iran's missile technology, is that the Iron Dome not really defending how people thought it would. Jesus Christ. RT is reporting, so, you know, fucking grain of salt with this shit. Grain of salt with everything you hear until, like, more facts and figures can be reported and, most importantly, verified. If there's one thing you should have learned from the last couple years of the Gaza genocide, it's that we aren't going to know the full death tolls, just probably rough estimates for a good while here. Jesus Christ, that's the U.S. base in Bahrain. Burying a U.S. military base in Kuwait. Listen to this.
Oh my God.
Turn down the background music for you.
Oh, that was right here. They're they're starting to dial into our building. Yeah. I told them, I fucking got the whole, yeah, right here. Splash, the connexes right out front, these connexes.
That. New York Times and Reuters confirm Iranian airstrike killed. This was today. Top American military officials. From what I heard, it was CIA. A bunch of top CIA organizers. Which, you know, again, the thing that is hard for me to care about is American loss of life. Or American military loss of life. Because when you're talking about the CIA operations, particularly in the Middle East, you are talking about decades-long plans of interventions that have resulted in unknowable hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of civilian deaths. Like that is what the CIA's game plan and action plan. We have talked about it multiple times. We've talked about them training zero units. I've talked about and read on them in Afghanistan and backing the fucking oh God, Mujahideen and all that shit. So it's really fucking hard. Creeping Death 657. The end of the American Empire diluted much? What do you think is happening right now, dude? Do you think this is a dunk? Do you think us entering into another forever war because of the Epstein administration is a dub for you? Yeah, got a great here. We haven't won a war in 100 years. I would argue that, and not just me, many historians would also argue that we weren't even, outside of D-Day and outside of offensive pushes, we were not the most important parts of winning the war in Europe. Barbalicious, thank you for following. Is that a Modelo? See. That school wasn't hit by Israel, US. Israel attacks hospitals. Footage shows nurses and newborn infants out in the streets. Here is one of the high-rise buildings of Bahrain. This strike has been shown from multiple angles by this point. KP2 rule, where's the guy talking shit? Did he run? It looks like it. This one is one of the honestly most funny videos because, so if you haven't seen this one, few things will prepare you because it's actually a number of videos screen recorded. And so it's somebody scrolling through their media tab of videos they've already got. And if you can see, there are memes that were saved after these videos were taken, like SpongeBob memes in the file, which is so fucking funny. It's a very small detail.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh, dude, fuck me! A fucking missile actually got through. Oh, there's more. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Iranian strikes rock the U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq. Casualties already reported. Many American troops were inside. This is from just a couple hours ago. See if I can find more. Trump and everybody also, you can tell it's going fucking terribly because none of them are talking about it. Nobody's going on the Sunday shows. Nobody's holding press conferences declaring victory. It is so obvious that this went sideways and continues to get worse every day. Let's talk about the fucking U.S. Embassy and the New Delhi. Is there no anything on? Was it New Delhi or was it just in Delhi? There was an Israeli embassy somewhere. I don't know why I thought it was embassy. What the fuck? In Delhi. Okay, not New Delhi. My bad. Protesters in Delhi, India, outside Israeli embassy. Reports of petrol bombs, which are Molotov cocktails, basically, being thrown at the Israeli embassy. Genuine question, how are they able to do all this without congressional approval? They don't fucking need it. Congress doesn't stop them, is how. Like, when people talk about, like, well, why doesn't Congress do this? The Dems don't fucking step in to stop any of this shit. Also, because people like Chuck Schumer and people like John Fetterman, a non-insignificant portion of the elected Democrats, are getting all the same fucking AIPAC money and AIPAC talking points and are on the side of Zionism in Israel as the fucking psychopath evangelical conservative Christians who think that this is going to herald in the end times. Yeah, we need to talk about the Pakistani embassy. When I talk about shit going bad like Benghazi, it's stuff like this. 22 people killed in Pakistan. Get the fuck out of here. Several killed in violent protests. Why can't we just fucking admit that Americans killed them? 10 killed, we know that, or I believe that is higher. The protests erupted following the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and joint U.S.-Israeli strikes. By the way, I need y'all to understand, Khamenei and Khomeini are two different people and two different names. When people talk about Ayatollah Khomeini, if people start, I've already seen dipshits out there who think that Khamenei was the same person as Khomeini, and it's driving me fucking nuts that so many dipshits feel that they have any yeah, hey, maybe we'll talk, speaking of dipshits who feel like they have literally anything to contribute to the conversation, we might talk about Asmongold suddenly being all in favor of bombing civilians. Not my phone. Google telling me a security alert for the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. 70 others wounded near a U.S. consulate in the Pakistani city of Karachi after protests broke out. Several others were injured as security forces, which is embassy staff, opened fire to scatter hundreds of pro-Iran protesters trying to storm the consulate. Video footage shared online and verified by Al Jazeera showed a wounded person being transported by bystanders. Large protests also broke out in other parts of Pakistan. In Gilit-Baltistan, at least 7 people were killed, dozens of others wounded. In Islamabad, all roads leading to the Red Zone, which houses diplomatic missions, including the U.S. Embassy and Parliament, were blocked to traffic. Police used tear gas when hundreds of protesters tried to march towards the diplomatic enclave. Protesters set fire to a UN building in Pakistan's north city of Skardu in the Shia-majority Gilit-Baltistan region, known for its Himalayan peaks popular with tourists. Demonstrations over Khomeini's killing have also broken out elsewhere in the world, including Iraq and Indian administered Kashmir. Jad Lawand, thank you for $10. Good morning, Vesper. Dark times we are living in. Times of the Sentinels from X-Men. From this autistic and pansexual man, I want to say, waking up to your beautiful face and everything. Thank you very much. In Baghdad, hundreds of Iraqis, many dressed in black, attempted to storm the compound housing the U.S. embassies despite a heavy security deployment. We are here, quote, we are here because we want the withdrawal of the occupying American forces from Iraq, referring to U.S.-led coalition troops who have recently reduced their presence and are now mostly stationed in northern Iraq. Several thousand Shia Muslims joined street demonstrations in the main city of Srinagar, where protesters holding black, red, yellow flags converged on the main square. How dangerous is the situation between the U.S. and Iran? I don't know why it says New Delhi. Oh, Trump says he's willing to negotiate, huh? Willing to talk to new Iranian leadership. Yeah, I fucking bet. Yeah, I fucking bet. Like this, what is happening here is just a dumbass bully finally meeting his match. It is somebody who has pushed others around on the playground forever, and finally somebody socks them and blacks their fucking eye like they deserve. And they go, "Oh no, can't we talk? No, we can be reasonable about this. Oh come on, I'm just a little. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?" Like it's just fucking bullshit. It's such pussy garbage. Every aspect of these hyper masculine wannabe dude bro frat bro dipshits, from Pete Hegseth all the way down to Dr. Oz to RFK Jr. to fucking Trump, all of them, it's all posturing. The second anything gets real, they fucking run with their tail between their legs, because that's all America knows how to do. Muslim Abai, thank you very much for following. And Green Day BMT, thank you very much for $2. Love you. Thanks for keeping us updated. Thank y'all for being here. How can we be sure we won't be attacked for this? We can't. There was a shooter. What the fuck did? Was it Texas? A shooting that they are already trying to make out to be a Muslim terror attack. Suspect in Texas shooting wore property of Allah clothing and Iranian flag emblem, AP sources said. Gunman who killed 2 people at a bar in Texas early Sunday in a mass shooting that left 14 others wounded was wearing a shirt that said property of Allah and another shirt with an Iranian flag design, a law enforcement official told the AP. Shooter has been identified as 53-year-old Diaga Diane. The law enforcement official and another person said, familiar with the matter said. Suspect drove past the bar several times before stopping and shooting a pistol at people on a patio in front of the bar. Gunman then parked, got out with a rifle, began shooting at people walking in the area before officers who rushed to the intersection shot him. There have been at least 2 other high-profile shootings in Austin 6th Street Entertainment District within the past 5 years, including one that left 14 people wounded. And then there was, I want to say it was in LA or something, there was a mass stabbing spree. Key Peninsula. Here it was, 495 Annandale. Virginia, so not LA at all. Why do I hate America? Are you asking why I hate America? Over on YouTube, MMMM. I don't hate America. But if you think that any of this shit is undeserved, the Israeli embassy in Abu Dhabi is burning. But I mean, I feel like any reason to hate America at this point is probably pretty justified. We seem to only make the world worse for everybody else. We've spent, in the last couple of days, we've spent billions of dollars on a completely unnecessary, unrequited, unneeded act of aggression, killing the leader of another country. Meanwhile, Our economy keeps going to shit because we have a useless fucking leader who doesn't understand economics. We can't pay for our kids' schools. We can't pay for them to have a proper education, but we can pay billions of dollars for AI companies to launch drones that kill hundreds of people overseas. Yeah, okay, that's what they all say. You're just a fucking hater because of this stupid fucking Iran trauma, and you're clout chasing by hating on the president. You're defending a pedophile. I'm just a hater because of this stupid fucking Iran drama. See, that's the problem, is that I was talking about this earlier. A couple days ago, I was talking about how Americans need to have everything be one side or the other. You cannot both criticize Iran for being a shitty regime and then also turn around and criticize America for a history of intervention that has tangibly led to the sufferings of hundreds of thousands of people. And, by the way, we are the reason that things like Al-Qaeda and the Taliban exist. The power vacuum we left in the Middle East after the Cold War. You should look it up. Look at what happened to the Mujahideen. Huh? No, I bet you remember the MMMM over on YouTube. I can tell you're a boomer. I bet you remember going to see Rambo 3 in theaters and seeing it being dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan. I know. And you buried that deep down. You were like, oh no, we're the good guys. What became of those people? Searching for New Delhi's endowments. Hypocrisy charges. Christianity is cancer. Thank you for following. Leah Riaz, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, also, what the fuck do you mean I'm fucking with you, lol? Cool. Awesome. Super cool thing to be joking about when we're talking about America, your tax dollars going to murder children. Fun. This is totally just a... No, you got us. You got me. Come on. Hey, yeah. Oh, boy. Politics trending, deport all Muslims. I fucking hate this. I hate this moment so much. All right. 3 American troops were killed in action, the Pentagon said, and at least 9 people were killed in a small Israeli city. President Trump, who said he was willing to talk. No shit. Bombing wave across Iran killed Iran's supreme leader. Attacks intensified. Blah, blah, blah. No clear endgame. Amid fears of a wider conflagration. Yeah, no, we're already in the wider conflagration, and there is no clear endgame. Quote, they should have done it sooner. They were in the middle of fucking diplomacy talks. Told The Atlantic magazine from his residence in Florida, the Iranian government did not publicly respond to his remarks. Iran threatened. U.S. troops killed. Oh, PBS, thank you. Doing good. Oh, man, honestly. Hey, Jessica Abdullah. Yeah, White House spokesperson Karen Levitt said that Mr. Trump spoke on Sunday with the leaders of Bahrain, Israel, and the UAE. Those consultants took place as Iran and the regional balance of power were shaken by the killing of Ali Khamenei. Called for the Iranian people to take control. That's crazy. First Americans to die in the war with Iran. At least 9 people were killed in Israel. I'm willing to bet also there is a massive social media lockdown in Israel happening right now. Part of it, I believe part of it is to maintain operational security for whatever the fucking IOF is going to do. But I think block. Or is that apocryphal? Oh, again, another thing you see on social media, and I can't fucking verify it. IOF, the Israeli occupational forces. Dumb, but I've done some myself. What's our logic behind attacking Israel? Well, we didn't attack Israel. We're allied with Israel. We attacked Iran. And it is largely a war of aggression. Like, they've been astroturfing the reason. They've been saying, running out all the old hits, all the playbook in the last couple of weeks. They've been saying, like, we think Iran might have nuclear missiles, which is the same bullshit they used in the early aughts to justify going into Afghanistan. Like, it is largely a war of aggression, a lot of people think, on behalf of shit like Israel. Bombed Iran February 28th, accusing Iran of building nuclear weapons that threatened U.S. allies and could soon reach the U.S. Iran retaliated by attacking Israel and Middle Eastern countries that host U.S. military bases. All right, let's see the... I still have not watched the 8-minute video, so... That's not what I wanted.
A short time ago...
Why can I not just fucking watch the thing?
In Iraq, the regime's proxies have...
Care to. Never mind. I quit. Sought to make a deal with Iran after bombing 3 of its nuclear sites. Like, again, the amount of fucking restraint they have shown repeatedly, from us taking out their generals to bombing their sites, like all the fuck over the place. They have no reason to restrain themselves anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and continue developing long-range missiles. Which, again, like, you have an unaccountable country like the United States that will just take shit out. Why? Why would they not resume their nuclear plan, especially after President Trump shredded the Iran nuclear deal because Obama fucking made it? 2025 statement is contradicted by a government assessment that said Iran is years away. Marco Rubio said he wouldn't speculate how far Iran is from having missiles. Yeah. Did not seek congressional approval, also acted unilaterally when launching 2025 strikes. Now, see, again, when people ask, well, how can they do that? It's because in 2025, when they did the same shit and all sorts of acts of unhinged aggression, nothing happened. The rules only matter if there are consequences for breaking them. So if there are no consequences, as the Democrats have shown repeatedly, they will not actually lay down for Trump, then are the rules really even there to fucking begin with? Quote, the U.S. intelligence community has been making a similar assessment that Iran might have ballistic missiles in a decade since the mid-90s. Daryl Kimball, executive director of the Arms Control Association, told PolitiFact. Russia, China, and North Korea, some of Iran's closest allies, have intercontinental ballistic missiles. We're doing so great. Oh, that's so awesome. As he announced, Trump's assessment about obliterated facilities is exaggerated. As he announced the February 28th operation, Trump repeated his assessment that the U.S. military obliterated nuclear facilities at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. His language contradicts the 2025 White House document that said the strike significantly degraded. All right, let's see if there's anything else here. Keir Starmer has agreed to let the U.S. use British military bases to help destroy Iranian missiles at their source, and their storage depots are the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. Do you remember? What I was just talking about, where they were saying like, no, yeah, we're going to let the Yanks act defensively using our bases, and it's just more Western, like it's just more. Actually, we're just going to attack them, man. Prevent them from... Okay, Britain, just stay out of it then, dog. Would not join offensive action. What the fuck does that... No, we're not going to join defensive action, but they can fucking shoot people. Where the U.S. and Israel hit Iran. Jesus Christ. And the UAE is right over here. So here's the Strait of Hormuz right here, where right now Iran is putting intense pressures. There's, what, something like 20% of the world's oil goes through there? Is a massive amount of oil. Get the fuck out of here. Bite my ass, Sky News. All right, here we go. We'll just watch
The
this.
Strait of Hormuz is a key waterway for global shipping.
Yeah, thank you for $5. Fun fact, the earliest Jewish inscriptions mention that Iran is weeks away from developing ballistic missiles. That's so fucking funny.
It's about 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point and connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. From there, ships can then travel to the rest of the world. While Iran and Oman have their territorial waters in the strait, it's viewed as an international waterway that all ships can ply. The Strait of Hormuz through history has been important for trade, with ceramics, ivory, silk and textiles moving from China through the region. In the modern era, it is the route for supertankers carrying oil and gas from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, and Iran. The vast majority of this oil then goes to markets in Asia, including Iran.
Green Day BMT, is it conspiratorial to say we always start wars to distract from big controversies and problems? I mean, under Trump, I don't think it's that conspiratorial. At the same time, like, he's been doing this shit the entire time, regardless of war. I think there's definitely a concentrated effort to get attention off of stuff like... Well, okay, here's the thing. It's not just the Epstein files, though. It's not just the Epstein files. It is the fucking economy. It is the jobs numbers that have been completely fudged. It is the outbreak of measles. It is everything going wrong, one thing at a time, that they want to push aside and enact some form of control over the elections, over martial law, all that shit.
Iran's only remaining oil customer, China. While there are pipelines in Saudi Arabia and the UAE that can avoid the passage, the US Energy Information Administration says most volumes that transit the strait have no alternative means of exiting the region. Threats to the route have spiked global energy prices in the past, including during the Israel-Iran war in June.
There we go.
To lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call
this
upon
live
all
right now?
Iranian patriots.
Live now from Fox. Is that live? 9 hours ago. All right, here we go. Yeah, let's just fucking watch this, I guess, because it.
The
How long has it been
Revolutionary
going?
Guard, the Iranian military, police.
Started
to lay
streaming
down
yesterday,
your
so this
arms
is
and receive full
probably
immunity or
a
face certain
replay.
death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold,
Okay, this was
be
his
heroic,
8-minute
and
speech,
take
I
back
believe.
your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors.
All right,
And
hang
God
on.
bless.
Congressional officials, both in the Senate and the House, that the information that was presented to them by the Trump administration did not constitute an imminent danger to the United States. That is a case where the president might have argued that in order to prevent or preempt a attack against the United States, there was compelling evidence of that. Both Democrats and Republicans have said there was no such evidence presented. There was no evidence of an imminent attack. And so this was not in response or in anticipation of an attack on the United States. This was precipitated by the United States and Israel. It was preventive in the classic terminology as opposed to preemptive.
And that means that those words are extremely important in this context. How does that sort of change how folks maybe view this internationally as well, not just here in our own country?
Sure. Preemption is a legitimate right of self-defense under any definition, whether it's U.S. law or international law, the United Nations, what have you. Any country, when they have credible evidence of an imminent attack, they have the right to defend themselves. They do not have to wait to be hit. But there's been no evidence.
Do we think this is a gamble in the midterms to stay in control? Almost certainly. Like, I'm sure that the peace president bullshit, I think so much of this was a panic from Trump and people like Hegseth to get better control of the narrative, to cement the bona fides they continue to sell people, to actually put a fucking win on the board. But because they are dipshits who did not have proper planning, intelligence, or any real reason to do this, it has gone wrong in all the ways that people probably could have predicted it would.
Presented by the
people
president
did,
or anyone
there are people who did
in
predict
his
it would.
administration. And again, this has been attested to by people who have had access to classified briefings, that there was no evidence of an imminent attack. There was therefore no justification for the United States.
Let's pop up the audio here.
All right, here we go. So I guess this was live. Holy shit.
All right, I appreciate you, Christopher, for holding on and ultimately speak. But I think the question still at this point stands when we're talking about what happens next, the relationship between the United States, other international partners. A lot of them have been vocal in supporting President Trump's actions there on Iran. What should we be watching for?
Well, for me, first and foremost, they are not subject to the U.S. Constitution. Members of Congress are, and President Trump is. So first and foremost, we need to have a vote on this, and everyone needs to go on the record. But in terms of international law and international standing, the United States was engaged in ongoing diplomatic talks with the Iranians. There was evidence, reports just before these strikes were carried out, that those talks had reached great progress. And so the question really is, why would anyone else want to engage in diplomacy with the United States if they believe that those diplomatic talks are merely a cover for a military operation that was clearly being planned even as the talks were ongoing? It really undermines the ability of the United States to engage in a fair-minded way diplomatically and to communicate and negotiate with other partners. And if I were a foreign actor and I had seen the way this has played out and also the way it has played out with Venezuela, I certainly wouldn't trust the United States, and certainly not the Trump administration, to make any commitments that are credible given the behavior of this administration over the last 60 days.
It's a lot to watch and unfold here as we're going to see how this resolution ultimately turns out there as the Congress is trying to bring this for a vote this week. But we certainly appreciate Christopher Preble for being with us here from the Stimson Center. Your insight was invaluable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, what we want to do here on Live Now from Fox, I'm just getting some word from my producers behind the scene that as we watched, we were waiting to see if President Trump would be speaking as he stepped off of the plane or stepped onto the plane there in Air Force One in Palm Beach County. We're just now getting word that he has put out a new video on social media. This will be, again, one of the first times that we're able to hear from the president.
Influencer ass
since
president. I'm
this
tired of this
operation
motherfucker,
happened
dog.
just a little while ago. And so we do know that in the hours after that attack initially, President released an 8-minute video online. We have this statement now. It's new, coming into our newsroom. Let's listen in.
Have launched Operation Epic Fury.
Oh, that's the other thing, is that we have the most bacon chungus millennial dipshits running everything. So the operation, just like Midnight Hammer, the operation, the operative name of this is not like something. I mean, it's hard to call any American operation to spread democracy and install puppet governments dignified, but Enduring Freedom had a ring to it, right? It was run by a PR firm at some point along the lines, like, yeah, no, this'll sell really well in the Midwest. Enduring Freedom. Epic Fury? Are you fucking kidding me, dog? Are you Epic Fury? Fucking bacon chungus dap boy ass government.
One of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei.
I hate this fucker so much. Frog Swab Person, thank you for 12 months. Mountain Dew Code Red head ass government. I wish it was like a gamer fuel government at least. Nehemiah, thank you for $5. Also, there was an ancient tablet discovered just yesterday from around 1300 BCE saying, God has just given the land of Iran to the people of Israel. Many people are saying this.
Is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless
thousands of Americans on his hands?
Thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death.
You know what else could be heard? Massive crowds taking to the streets saying "Death to America." That's a hit clip that's been going around. I haven't seen the ones cheering for America. I've seen the ones saying "Death to America."
Was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Dying in Operation fucking Bungus Chungus. Dying in Operation Bacon Fury. Fucking... We mourn the loss of our brave Patriot service members who died in Operation Big Mac. It was a big one, folks. It was the biggest one. And that's what everybody has said. Everybody has said that I have the biggest operations, that we have the biggest Macs out there. That's what they don't want you to know. They don't have those in Iran. But we do on our military bases. Fucking It's so much, dog.
For our nation, even as we can.
Yeah, no, literally, Gino, trying to talk to an American about this. So imagine a Big Mac, right? Like, that's... I can't, dog.
Continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more before it ends.
Yeah, you better put that shit on the end. You better be like, better have a caveat. It's like, but probably gonna be more by the dozens to hundreds, almost certainly. That's fucking crazy. There will probably be more. We don't know yet.
That's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization.
Thank you for $5. Operation Monster Truck Meatloaf is coming soon, followed by Operation Bald Eagle Pizza, and later Operation Mountain Dew Waffle House. They're calling it the big one, folks. They're calling it the biggest operation we've ever seen. Next to Operation Fortnite Chungus. That was a big one. That was a big one.
In itself, our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason
we're definitely not getting our shit pushed in. We are definitely not getting our shit kicked in sideways by a government and a military force that we have absolutely undervalued and underestimated. Whatever you think, we still have the biggest dicks on the planet, and nobody can ever put a hit on the board against us. We just also, hey, Iran, do you want to talk about peace? How about peace would be cool, if especially before the markets open. That'd be super rad. Can you please call me? Please call me. Please call me. Please call me. That's Trump right now. This posturing shit doesn't fucking work.
we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security as we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation.
Remember, we were just talking about an intelligence analyst saying that, like, no, Iran, we've been hearing Iran is a couple years away from nukes for decades. They're still legitimately probably over a decade away. Nobody believes this shit. Nobody buys this stuff. Like, they are playing the same things people have been hearing. My generation has literally been hearing this for our entire fucking lives. It's been the same fucking line of, like, what if they get nukes? They could get nukes. We don't want them to have nukes, folks. That would be not so wholesome, Chungus. That would be not very cash money. I'm going to be entirely honest with you, folks.
Nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons.
Pete, he came to me, he said, Mr. President. I said, oh no, Pete, please call me Supreme Leader. He said, okay, Supreme Leader, we've got a new operation. It's called Operation Skibbity, Operation Phantom Tax. And Barron told me all about it. I said, oh, that seems like a good operation. Let's get it going, Pete. You have to laugh so you don't cry, right? Jessica Babudua, Badua 808, thank you for becoming a member. Armin Kazim, thank you also very much for following.
Would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen.
Extort
not
the world?
happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess.
Oh, no, they've been, Roman of Omen, have you seen the conservative talking point? He's not starting any wars, he's working. Yeah, I think it was the White House social media account put out another thing being like, the peace president ending 50 years of Iran's aggression towards us. And it's like, was that something we were all aware of? That Iran was actively aggressing towards us for the last 50 years? That must have fucking slipped my mind. But suddenly they're the goddamn Green Goblin. Suddenly Iran is the fucking Joker to our Batman and has been planning our entire downfall. And nobody knew about this before these dipshits? Namia, thank you very much for super chatting $5. This world ain't big enough for 2 supreme leaders. They call us 2 Big Macs, but I only ever get 1. Everybody knows that 2 is just, it's too much. You can only have 1, but then what I like to do, folks, I like to put it in my pocket for later. I like to put it in my pocket for later, and sometimes I'm talking to Macron, or I'm talking to Bibi. That's what I call him. I call him Bibi Netanyahu. And sometimes I just like to take it out and have a nibble if I'm feeling a little peckish. But most people don't know this. You can't have 2 Big Macs, which is why I had to take out the Supreme Leader. There's only room for 1 Big Mac. Hence, this shall be called Operation Big Mac. And I want to thank everybody who's service members, who had family, who died. It was very unfortunate. But we've got a great deal for everybody. A great deal. Everybody will be getting a year's supply of free McDonald's hash browns for your kids. Isn't that nice? You down in the front. You get free McDonald's hash browns. I'm sorry. Your dad died in war that he didn't need to die in. We said we would pay for his college. We forced him to go into it, but this happens sometimes. Sometimes these things just happen this way. And now Operation Big Mac has given you, isn't that nice? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? You get a little bit of free hash browns for all the children of the service members who died in Operation Big Mac. We love it. We love it, don't we, folks? I fucking,
And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions...
Is he doing white man's burden shit? White man's burden shit? Like, we have to go murder sovereign other country? Fuck, man.
Are right, man. And they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America."
I cannot fucking imagine why anybody would say that shit. Things happen without context. Every singular event in human history happens in a complete vacuum with nothing before it or after it that's a result of those actions. So, yeah, I believe that. I'll buy that.
Or death to Israel, or both. They are the...
Death to America and death to Israel being held up as essentially the same thing is such a wild Freudian slip. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's wild. El Salve, thank you for $5. There are old Aboriginal cave paintings dating to 65,000 BC in Australia, deciphered to be about why bombing Iran is justified by a talking orangutan. Baronessa returns. Well, it may not have been news for you all up there, but Trump threatened Chile because we had to deal with China for a data cable connecting Chile and China directly. I saw, our little impish fucknut dipshit anarcho asswipe fucking the dude whose sister is a fucking witch and he cloned his dogs, Javier Milei. By the way, people do not talk about the incestuous witch sister and the dog clones enough for that motherfucker, but he was advocating, I think, he was advocating Israel strike at Chile. Avalon of Babylon? Yeah. Not enough people talk about, like, the thing about Javier Milei is that he's not a likable person. He's not a stable or a smart person. So I don't understand, like, and he doesn't have a lot of influence on the world stage. I do not understand why more people do not talk about what a fucking weirdo he is. The mystery of Milei's clone dogs. Argentina wonders if there are 4 or 5. 2 reporters asked about the exact number of his pets, but his spokesperson's answer only added fuel to the debate about the president's mental health. Yeah, he had this dog that he loved so much he got it cloned multiple fucking times. And look, the incest from his sister is only speculation, but his sister is a witch who has given him like prophetic insights before, and also is highly regarded as his basically secret second in command. And they have a weird relationship, a very weird relationship. Look, I don't want to go into Milei right now, but go look into it if you want fun. So I should probably do a video on Milei then, because I feel like people don't talk enough about Milei. And I think every time Milei comes up, I bring this shit up, and people are like, huh? Denies having sex with his sister. Well, we all know that's... There we go. Karina Milei, the power behind the throne in Argentina. Political and emotional anchor, now accused of participating... Karina began managing his schedule and later his income. She kept 10% of everything he earned. Saw the business, saw how to monetize her brother. Javier was always the opposite. He never cared about that. The image of Karina Milei has almost become a cliche. Its portrait painted again and again by those who have interacted with or investigated her. In a series of leaked audio recordings, the ousted director, until recently, described the existence of a bribery network surrounding the state's purchase of medicines. He claimed it included Karina. After several days of striking silence, Javier Milei has limited himself to responding, "Everything is a lie, and that is an operation by the opposition." Wow, does that sound fucking familiar? Does that sound familiar? Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to explain to you why I give power to my sister, Milei shouted. The scene is recounted by journalist Victoria De Masi in her book. Javier had his phone in hand, waving it in the air. He had seen a post on Twitter referencing a comment circulating that, without any proof, claimed he and his sister had an incestuous relationship. That's what made him angry. Quote, "When I was a kid, one of the many times my father hit me, Karina stepped in between us. She defended me from the blows." Only 2 people witnessed this scene. They also agreed. Milei ended up sitting in a chair sobbing. They had never seen a man cry like that. Fuck, man. After failing as the owner of a tire shop, she turned to baking. At the same time, she explored what could be described as spiritual pursuits: tarot, family constellations, communication with animals, and related practices. By the middle of the last decade, her role was serving as her brother's secretary and assistant. Quote, "Karina is the most important person in the government, not because of her title, but because she appoints and removes those who make decisions. To be in government, you have to be in Karina Milei's good graces." Milei isn't interested in the economy as the charismatic leader, but he openly says it himself. She is the boss. Paying to meet her brother. Unscrupulous cashier. Is Argentina's first lady the new president's sister? Like, tell me these people aren't fucking weird, dog. Comments prompted speculation. He addressed, denied fake news stories about him. Christ, man. Threesome-loving tantric sex coach, pro-Trump rock singer, who's advised by his dead dog, really be the next president of Argentina? Unfucking believable. Gross. All right, let's get back to this shit. Oh, really quick. Let me go to Super Chats. Hello, EP Girl. She was allegedly giving him the blows. Important distinction. Doomcrab 4271. Thank you for $2. U.S. operatives are all just Resident Evil villains. Yeah. Jessica Badua. Thank you for $2. Isn't this Neocon's wet dream? I mean, probably 15 years ago, but right now, I feel even the most strident neocons, unless you are somebody who is just tuned out and should be on a watch list like John Fetterman, I don't think you're really into this one. Thank you very much, Magar, for $5. Why do all our generation's evil wizards look like someone left a Stretch Armstrong Skeletor in the microwave? They haven't found the key to being a badass wizard, and that's youthful exuberance.
One state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, and police to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be
face certain death. They are now saying you will get full immunity or face certain death. Okay. Meanwhile, America is bombing school children. So why do they have? What reason would they have to believe you? Thank you, but Grackle, Andy Kaufman faked his death, moved to Argentina as pretending to be the president. God, that would be a fantastic bit. God, that would be a fantastic bit.
Certain death won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise.
I wonder if, because a lot of times in the past, U.S. operations, especially particularly with the CIA, and when we do these kinds of things and incite wars and take out leadership, we generally have some kind of internal rebel faction that we've either outright created or fomented or helped sponsor. And Iran doesn't seem to have that. There's not like one named faction that is ready to step up and assume control, which really reminds me of the problem with what happened with Maduro, where you are effectively taking a figurehead and out, but doing nothing really with that as an opportunity. And I'm not in favor of that kind of intervention. What I'm saying is that it's just pointless slaughter at that point. Like, there is no ulterior motive. There is no additional plan after that. And it seems like I don't know if they were truly naive enough to think like, oh no, naturally the Ayatollah will die and everybody will just rise up and just become Americans and start waving our flags. Like, are they that fucking stupid? I would like to. Maybe that's what the CIA was talking about when people are talking about, no, intelligence agencies fucking told him not to do this. He didn't listen. And when you have that, it's because the intelligence agencies have decades of proof and decades of working knowledge of how you actually subvert a government and how you actually overthrow and insert your own puppet government. Like, there are certain rules to this. Fuck, man. Operation Rizzler not going too great.
The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you.
Soup, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1.
Incredible warriors. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Woof. All right, let's see what's live.
Actually tapped by the now.
All right, I want to go to some things I have from the last couple days. Breaking seen in Jerusalem. This is an hour ago. Large presence of ambulances and LEOs, likely to be many casualties. I've seen unconfirmed reports that and videos, but again, it's hard to tell what videos are real until they actually are verified and come out from news agencies. Unverified reports that a massive water salinization and treatment plant for the region that controls a shit ton of Israel's water has been destroyed. I don't know how true that is. That would be a devastating blow. The images tell you everything. The Pentagon briefings will not. What you're looking at is an Iranian ballistic missile re-entry vehicle escorted by a swarm of penetration aids. Decoys engineered to simultaneously exhaust and blind every layer of the defensive stack. Patriot in the terminal phase, THAAD in the upper atmosphere, Arrow 3 in space. Carrier killers well may be coming at the next phase. Fuck, man. Here's another one that I don't think is... This is Sunday, Dimona Nuclear Facility. (2021). It has to be confirmed. Okay, so this is not verified. This one, however, Iran shot down an Israeli-U.S. aircraft in the area of Damavand.
Allahu Akbar!
Whoa.
Allah! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Holy fuck.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
You don't even hear the explosion. It was so far away.
Allahu Akbar!
Let me.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
No, you do. You barely fucking hear it. That is so far away. That's fucking massive then. Holy shit. Somebody is speculating that it might be a B-2 bomber, which is... Chalk up another billion on the board, please. Put another billion on there. Not a Reaper, not another drone. Oh, here, by the way, also, maybe my favorite picture I've ever seen. This, beautiful. This, I want to print this out and put, like, it's AI? Cynic 2, don't take this away from me. I fucking hate everything, man. Fuck. Oh, he was yelling at Pete Hegseth. Isn't looking for genuine up. Well, I'm saving some stuff that I quickly just found. And not currently. There are a lot of people, like, you are going to find more recent stuff. You just have to be careful is the problem on Twitter because of the lack of restriction on there. Yeah, I would say Twitter is still better than, like, waiting for fucking official shit. Well, official shit, especially coming from anything regarding the State Department. Kimiko2547, thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Blow High Blast, thank you for 3 months in a row. Can the American Empire hurry up and collapse so we can get back around to rebuilding the country so we can focus on the living? Oh, that would be so awesome. That would be so Cash Money and super chill. I would love that. America may have lost a B2 over Iran. Jesus. All right, let's go and see what people are saying.
Supreme Leader.
Oh, yeah, Trump suggests fighting with Iran could last 4 weeks. Let me tell you, that is not what the plan was. The plan was to be one and done. I guarantee it. The plan was to be one and done by the end of the weekend. 4 weeks? Ooh, we're back in 2003, baby. I was just seeing somebody say that Y2K nostalgia is already dead. Nuh-uh. We all saw that cat girl. It's like, hey, it's not a cat girl. That's my friend Violet, okay? Also, Buddha de Bop, that's fucking crazy. That does look exactly like a young Roger Stone.
Be the man who would be in charge.
Yeah, just a quick.
We're also seeing
how we're just gonna be 4 weeks. It's, a little 4-week excursion, overthrowing a government and having to defend our pedophile empire ally genocide dictatorship. Not dictatorship. White ethno-nationalist state. Let's call it an ethno-nationalist state in Israel. Just a quick little, beep bop boop. We'll be out of there in 4 weeks. The fuck we will. The fuck we will, dude.
A pretty significant role being played by Arakchi, the foreign minister. So there are individuals that are stepping up into the breach. Although I've got to say, I'm not sure how long they're going to be around for, because the Israelis are clearly hunting for those top leaders, and they're taking them out one after the next. They don't see the difference between pragmatic and radical leaders within the Islamic Republic. It's their assessment that if you're part of the Islamic Republic, then you are part of the problem. This is, I think, it's a broad brush that they're painting everyone with right now. But I think ultimately the Israelis and the Iranian people are probably on the same page here, which is that you don't want to see remnants of the regime taking over and making deals, let's say cutting down their nuclear stockpile by half or their missiles by half. At this point, from the Israeli perspective, I think from the Iranian perspective, probably from the United States perspective too, this is binary. Either the regime is in power or it's not, and they would prefer that it not.
This is the sky over Israel. Iranian ballistic missiles pouring through seemingly without end in what was supposed to be the most sophisticated air defense architecture in the world. It's not being stress tested. It's being hammered. Yeah. See, this is what the miraculous Iron Dome. This is what the Iron Dome can do against an actual military force. Not people using Soviet technology and leftover arms from other countries' aggressions from the last couple years, which is what fucking Hamas has. Like, when you have an actual ballistic missile silo that you can launch at motherfuckers. Blow High Blast, thank you for your coverage of this. I know how important it is to cover this shit. I think it might be a bit much mentally. I appreciate it. I don't know how much, yeah. Oh, no, I saw the Tel Aviv bomb shelter videos. It's the other thing that sucks is that, like, it is deeply hard to feel bad for Israel right now. Like, I'll be so fucking honest with you. And not in a way that I am gleefully out there chanting for civilians to be killed. But after seeing so many regular civilians by the droves, by the dozens for the last 3 years, having nothing, like, not only not caring about Gaza and the Palestinians dying there, but going out of their way, spitefully, maliciously mocking people who had no money, who have no shelter, no clothing, no food, no active running water, no electricity, who are dying by the tens of thousands. And then watching them, like, basically get the equivalent of a paper cut for the shotgun blasts they have been lobbing at others. Like, that's the equivalent action so far here. And watching Israeli soldiers, when they're not shooting at children, fucking getting briefly wounded, being like, oh, I have no sympathy for them. I have sympathy for humanity, for the loss of life of people in general. But Israelis as people, you're gonna have to fucking show me their social media history and that they stood against the war in Gaza. You have to show me that they weren't making knock-knock jokes about dead Palestinian mothers and people who were being fucking blown up for me to give a shit. Honestly.
It was pretty bankrupt. There was really not much there. With the Islamic Republic, people have been brought up on this radical ideology.
Okay, I forgot. We're still watching Fox bullshit. All right, let's go to... Here we go. Jerusalem skyline as Iran responds after Khamenei's death. Here's the AP. Oh yeah, and like I want to be clear, it has nothing to do with people being Jewish. Like straight up, any lack of sympathy has nothing to do with. I'm not sitting here if I see somebody in Israel dying, I'm not sitting here being like, ah, yes, those Jews are finally getting what they deserve. No, absolutely not. It would be the same regardless of what civilian population I had seen so gleefully celebrating the subjugation, murder, and wholesale slaughter of another population. It doesn't matter if it was America. It doesn't matter if it was Mexico. It doesn't matter if it was China or Japan. Like, it don't matter. It doesn't look like there's much happening here. Let's see, live. All right, CBS might be a slightly better
time, which is something that very few people here in the Gulf want to see, and certainly very few people in Iran want to see as that country continues to experience strike after strike. Back to you.
MTS Tayeb, thank you. Celebrations in Tehran have been seen, particularly among women without head coverings in the capital of Iran. CBS News' Lee Kaniri joins me now to discuss that part of this issue. Hey there, Lee. What more do we know about these celebrations and what this...
Just the size of the missiles. That can't be the full payload. That can't be the whole thing. Like, I understand that it's lit up a little bit, but like, no, because it looks like that's the fucking trail and that's the whole thing. That's an old video, man. Hate this shit. See, nope, y'all are right. That's why you don't. That's why you don't fucking browse.
Trump's announcement message, he urged Iranians to take this moment to take over and seize that moment. But we do not see evidence of that happening right now. We are, however, partially blind to what's happening because an internet blackout was imposed over 24 hours ago. What we can see is broadcast on Iran's state television channel, and this morning they showed a structure demolished in missile strikes and people weeping and mourning there. They reported it.
So somebody is saying over on Twitter also, 2 big explosions over Tel Aviv about 3 hours ago, and then somebody else is saying sources are telling a very awful and tragic scenario has occurred there, and his Israeli jet malfunctioned and dropped 2 large missiles on Tel Aviv, which would not be beyond the pale, I feel. No. Hang on.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Morning. CBS
Fuck
Morning.
you.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
Get fucking muted. Sorry, I have another window open, but I don't want to show it because, look, I've had incidents browsing. Jesus. Nahum Barania, Trump seeks a ceasefire as regional escalation grows. Decapitation strikes, which is what it was supposed to be, because these people are fucking idiots. Fail to produce regime change. Killing of Iran's supreme leader is a major intelligence and military feat, but Tehran's regime has not collapsed. U.S. official via mediator proposed an immediate ceasefire. Iran rejected it. Oh, I'm sorry. See, that shit is funny. That shit is funny. Like, in a very dark way, in a very existential way, in the way that we will look back 20, 30, 40 years, assuming we're also here and have history books. We're going to look back and people are going to be like, that shit's funny. Right now, it's not actually that funny. The idea that we would start a war of unforced aggression, kill a leader of another sovereign country, and then when we get our shit pushed in, just immediately go, but JK guys, huh? How about hey? How about we look? I know, it's you got some good hits in, we got some good hits in, and they're like, no, dog, we're gonna keep hitting you. Like, what the fuck? You think it's over just because it hurt you? Like, man.
Oh, come on, join me on The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
All right, Israel and Iran.
The Queen.
Operation Epic Fury, which has been planned a long time ago
Bullshit.
with Israel as to how they would do this. What is not clear is exactly how it's going to end. You know, sooner or later, they're going to need an off-ramp because one side or the other is going to run out of missiles and the means to shoot them down.
Okay, we're going to bring in...
I should say that the Israelis call it Roaring Line and the Iranians call it True Promise. So everyone, militaries everywhere, as Frank would know more than I, they like to put a name because they want to call it, something. So it will be remembered and will go down in history.
Yeah, and Lise, this last one to you. Who attacked first? Is it possible to... I mean, that's one of the big questions. I should say these, just to remind people watching, these are a list of questions that are the most searched for online, so slightly out of context, lots of them. But just want to ask Frank and you, Lise, is it simply straightforward, the answer here?
Well, in some ways it is straightforward. If you had a legal scholar here, you had on the morning of, on Saturday morning when Israel attacked first, Israel did attack first.
All right, here I'm getting some more stuff here. Iran's state and TV went off there after their broadcasting building was struck. Massive explosions near central Tehran, near the intelligence ministry. Netanyahu says strikes in Iran will increase even more. Yeah, no, they've been fucking waiting for this. Eight killed near Jerusalem. tonight's going to be rough because it's nighttime over there right now. It's going to be fucking rough. OPEC just raised production by 200,000 barrels a day to try to get ahead of the oil shock. Gas is $3 a gallon right now. Analysts say it could jump 50 cents if the Strait of Hormuz fully closes. Yeah. Congress is planning a war powers vote this week. Won't matter, not enough power votes to override a veto. Yep, there you go. Secretary of State Rubio cancels his Monday trip to Israel. No shit. Oh. Fuck, dude.
But it called it a preemptive strike. In other words, that Israel struck because Iran.
Several hours. I put those into two categories. There are the countries that have been involved or been used for U.S. basing in the region. That includes Qatar, Bahrain, and Jordan, and of course the Israelis in a special category of their own. But what's kind of surprised me a little bit is the fact that the Iranians have decided to target the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Oman most recently, and also Iraq, Kurdistan, so to speak, where there's U.S. basing. So they tried to expand the conflict and attack some of the countries that made it clear from the start that they weren't going to participate in the attacks on Iran.
In our last minute, then, I'm curious to know what is the biggest question on your mind as we look to gauge, what's important to focus on in these early days?
Yeah, Errol, I think the big question is the scope and the duration of the conflict. It's already expanded just a little bit in the last 24 hours, although the fact that the president has said he plans to talk to the new so-called Leadership Council, members of the Leadership Council in Iran, the leadership that might be illustrative. But we still don't know the scope and the duration, how long this is going to take. There have been estimates we've heard from different members of Congress and people in the administration, but none of those are probably accurate at this point. And the scope and whether or not it's going to be expanded further to some of the countries that I mentioned earlier, which are.
So here's another thing I wanted to bring up. God, where was it? Here it goes. U.S. Department of Defense alert system has instructed personnel in NORTHCOM to not wear uniforms in public. Effective immediately, off-base uniform wear is prohibited to include transit between domicile to duty station and duty. So, and this is such a weird thing because this is not the kind of, to my understanding, having never been in the military, but I would love if people who have been in the military, because it seems to me that this is not the kind of gesture or movement you would make if you thought there was a chance, or if you didn't think there was a chance that people in America, on American soil, would try and take out officers, which tells me that they think there is a very real chance of attacks on America. And I need people to understand, by the way, that that's what people like Trump want. There is, and I'm sure they will say whenever it inevitably happens, if something happens, it's a tragedy, and no, all these people didn't have to die, and we will strike back at them, and we will have our revenge, and nobody will ever step on America again, and all this other bullshit. Yeah, this was from, there's no such thing as Department of Defense. There's no guidance. Classic information warfare. All right, hey, maybe it's fake. I don't fucking know.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people,
fucking convey how little I give a shit about CBS.
As I say, there is a finite number of these. They are going to run out of them. But of course, it's a bit of a race
Silent,
to see who
I
runs
think
out
right.
first. The Gulfies and Israel, in terms of how they can shoot them down, or is Iran going to run out of its own missile stocks? We simply don't know.
My thanks to Frank Gardner and Lise Doucette for answering those questions. It's about time to hand over to my colleague Katrina in Washington, D.C. to take us through the next couple of hours of coverage on BBC News. For the moment, though, thank you very much for your coverage. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones, and this is BBC News. Bye-bye.
So it's just after 1 o'clock from Jerusalem. Sorry, that was another. I have other videos I'm watching on the other ones. Iran. Okay, that was the claim. Iran has currently claimed 560 U.S. military personnel has been killed, but we obviously do not have those real numbers. So we, like I said, we won't know that shit for a minute. Jessica Badua, thank you for $5. Concealment of your military background is common in the start of war. Was taught about this in BCT. Okay. Soulpelt Dux 5010, thank you for $5. Oh, you killed the reasonable dude? Okay, fine. Here's his extra angry successor, Iran, about to become the new graveyard of empires. It is, so it is, really quick, I want to go to the new Ayatollah, because I forgot to talk about that earlier. Alireza Arafi, a senior cleric, member of the Guardian Council, to a 3-member interim leadership council that was formed on Sunday after Ayatollah Khamenei was killed by coordinated strikes. So the good part is that it is not somebody who is just a military dictator immediately taking over. Like that is the briefly good part. Placed a longtime insider of Iran's clerical establishment at the center of a rare leadership position, which has only experienced only one previous transfer of supreme leadership since '79. His background and influence inside key religious legal bodies made him a pivotal figure. 12-member Guardian Council since 2019. Body vets legislation and election candidates, so he is a politician. What happened to Khamenei? We fucking killed him. Agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them. They should have done it sooner. They should have given what was very practical and easy to do sooner. They waited too long. Most of those people are gone. Sure. Abraham Lincoln got hit. Oh, yeah, there we go. Times of Israel, bite my ass.
Iran has reportedly struck the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is known as the United States' largest warship. Yes, you heard that correctly. Iran, specifically the IRGC, has officially claimed that they have successfully targeted and hit the US's largest aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln. They are stating that 4 ballistic missiles directly impacted the vessel. If this is indeed true, if the IRGC's report proves to be accurate, then this is an extremely significant update and a massive attack on the US, which occurred just today, an event that could potentially change the entire game. As you are aware, Khamenei has reportedly been assassinated. A new leader has emerged, a new supreme leader has taken charge, and a statement was issued today by Pace declaring it is their legitimate duty to take revenge. They will avenge. This war is definitely not over. And what Iran did today in the Arabian Sea, that is a very significant step. Its videos haven't come out yet. As soon as the videos are available, we will show them to you. But this update that's coming in is very significant in the sense that the war is at its absolute peak today. The most important detail today is that early this morning, Trump stated that we will not spare anyone. Today, we are going to unleash a level of devastation that the world has truly never witnessed before. Immediately following this, Iran released
today. President Trump says his Operation Epic Fury is designed to crush the Iranian regime and end the nuclear threat. The latest step of his
there is no nuclear threat
approach, Israel joining the US in the attacks. The Gulf region is feeling the very real effects of this. Sirens have rung out in the skies across Israel today. This is a live scene coming to us from Tel Aviv. You can see the night sky there. We've also heard reports from Iran of further strikes there too. Well, the world is waiting for what comes next. We're looking at the White House there. We're expecting to see President Trump land back in Washington shortly. He took off from Florida. He's on his way to the capital city. And across this next hour, we'll bring you the latest updates and analysis on this complex and unfolding story. In just the last hour or so, a major announcement from the UK. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says the country will allow the US to take defensive action from its military bases, having previously refused to do so. Have listened to the Prime Minister.
We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk.
Oh, wouldn't it suck if Iran took out civilians? Wouldn't it this is the most white person shit possible, is that we need to protect British lives. Fuck Palestine, though. That's right down there, too, and all that business. But we need to protect British lives, because you imagine if the British people was somehow inconvenienced because of this. Well, that won't do it all. No, it won't, chums. Come on now.
That have not been involved. The basis of our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies, and protecting British lives.
Well, we'll have more on that development in just a moment, because all of this, of course, follows another dramatic day right across the Middle East. These are the latest pictures from just what's been happening today. We've seen the US and Israel launch more attacks with hits on the capital, Tehran. Iranian authorities say hundreds of civilians have been killed since those airstrikes began on Saturday. Now, the US has released that footage there of the attack which killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at his compound. Iran has since named an interim leadership council. Local officials now say that 185 people were killed in Saturday's strike on a school in the southern Iranian city of Mina.
Children.
And the Iranians are striking back, hitting more...
the manufactured fucking consent bullshit. The BBC, on one hand being like, yeah, we're about to help the Yanks, and jolly good, we're going to help them strike back at those dang evil Iranians. By the way, don't pay attention to the fact that 185 people were killed in these strikes. Now, who put those strikes off? Nobody can know for sure. We were hearing that possibly it could have been the Yanks, but we don't know. And 185 predominantly children were killed, but we need you to say in the news broadcast that it wasn't children, just people were killed, because that makes it much easier for us to manufacture consent among our populace. Okay? Jolly-o, good job. Fucking vampires.
Targets in Israel.
Just absolute fucking ghouls, man.
Killed in Tel Aviv and Beit Shemesh. There have been fatalities for the US too. The Trump administration confirming that 3 US service personnel have been killed. Our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bachega has been following all of the day's developments, and he reports now.
We've seen the deadliest attack in Israel in this conflict so far, when a missile hit a residential area in the town of Beit Shemesh, west of Jerusalem, a building of a synagogue and of a bomb shelter where people were sheltering during an Iranian missile attack was hit. The building collapsed. There was widespread destruction, and there was a huge search and rescue operation underway for people believed to be trapped under the rubble. And emergency services said that these efforts would continue through the night. Now, there is obviously a very sophisticated air defense system in place here in Israel. But obviously, this is an indication of the damage and the loss of life that one missile can cause when a missile is not intercepted. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reflected on what happened in Beit Shemesh. He said, "These are painful days." Now, Israeli and American attacks on Iranian targets have continued on this day.
So really quick, coming from RT. Granted, take RT with a fucking bunch, a spoonful of salt.
در پی حملات اخیر کاملا از رده فعالیت خارج و انجام شد. ناو هواپیمابر آبراهام لینکلن ارتش آمریکا با 4 فروند موشک کروز.
So these are two things we've already heard and gone over today. Those being the Abraham Lincoln attack with 4 missiles. We had already seen that. And the 560 U.S. troops killed and wounded so far, which is something that we have not seen be verified. But here's the thing. If 500 troops have been killed and or wounded already, it's unbelievable. I mean, like, RT can be as full of shit as American media is the thing. I'm looking for both sides of shit. I'm looking for Iranian allies and Western allies because I think the truth is probably going to be somewhere in there. Rise Again 845, thank you for $2. Khamenei was 86. Surely Iran planned for his death. Almost certainly. Like, he was a fucking old dude. Is Britain going to help the U.S. bomb Iran? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I am not saying that I'm going to believe everything RT says. I am saying that they are presenting news that Western media is not presenting. I want to hear both sides of that news. I don't think, and I'm going to be entirely honest here, and I need people to understand and try and temper themselves. This is very much a cognitive dissonance. Hold two things in your head at the same time. I don't think you're going to get the whole truth out of any side right now. Partially because nobody on the ground knows what's going on. There are massive military chains of command that are going completely uninhibited and unpaid attention to by, like, media apparatuses. In addition to that, you have both sides that want any propaganda that comes out to be as sterling as possible, which is why I think, like, yeah, there are probably a lot more people than just 3 who have been killed in this massive, and like across the entire Gulf. You're telling me in all of these missile strikes, only 3 Americans have been killed? Come on. But at the same time, 500, that seems very propagandistic. To me, that seems like something you say when you're like, yeah, no, we're fucking killing all of them. And people go, yay, death to America. It's probably somewhere in the middle, right? It's probably somewhere in the middle.
مورد حمله قرار گرفت. پس از حمله این ناو آمریکا از محل استقرار مأموریت خود به سمت جنوب شرق اقیانوس هند متواری شد. پایگاه دریایی السالم آمریکا در کویت در پی حملات اخیر کاملا از رده فعالیت خارج و 3 سازه زیرساختی دریایی محمد الاحمد آمریکا در کویت نیز منهدم شدند. پایگاه دریایی آمریکا در بندر سلمان بحرین مورد اصابت 4 فروند پهپاد قرار گرفته و خسارت شدیدی به مراکز فرماندهی و پشتیبانی آن وارد شده است. در ادامه حملات به اهداف
Yeah, can't disrupt. I would say that. Best thing is to assume both sides are lying because both of them obviously have a reason to. And additionally, because this is an active war zone with nobody flying in or out, this isn't like Ukraine a couple months in where, independent reporters could be boots on the ground. People were following operations around and had a little bit better of an idea of how you could present that shit. We don't have a leftist reporter, right? That's in Iran or in Tel Aviv right now. We have anybody coming out of Tel Aviv on a media broadcast, you can guarantee, because of the internet and media lockdown and the social media lockdown, that they're going to be telling them they're going to be telling the world what the Israeli government probably wants people to know, right? Kind of the same with Iran. Like, there's there are so many incentives for them on their side in the middle of this war in these very closely packed areas where civilians are just as confused as military leadership and media to start selling these very quick and easy to understand narratives that we are winning, that they are losing. Like, that is the incentive right now. But you're also going to see a lot of things where some people are going to be reporting on things and some people aren't because of that. Some people are going to be reporting on Americans dying, and America is not. Western countries are not, because it kind of makes us look fucking bad. Again, you have to figure out what the level of verification you're willing to accept and understand is. And at this point, I would say not a lot of this can be trusted outside of the basic, well-established facts. Things like Khamenei being killed. This was the thing yesterday. I was considering going live, and then I decided not to because I was in a fucking, I'm going to be real, I was in a bad place most of yesterday because of all of this news. And the shit with Khamenei, it took hours for people to completely understand what was actually happening, right? To the point where you had Iran or Iranian accounts. I don't know if it was the official Iranian government account or how it was being disseminated, but they had videos that they were showing of the Ayatollah giving a speech, whether it was AI, whether it was pre-recorded, doesn't really matter, because at the same time you had America and Hegseth and Israel and all these people coming out like, yes, we killed him, we got him. And people already just rallying and rattling their sabers before anybody was able to actually confirm it. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to let this play for a couple minutes. I need to run to the restroom real quick, and we'll be right back.
For this campaign, the Prime Minister again talked about a decisive strike on the Iranian leadership. So again, suggesting the idea of a regime change in Iran, as he puts it. But we still don't know how far Israel and the US are willing to go in this conflict, and what is it going to take for them to declare that their mission has been accomplished.
Well, that is the current scene here in Washington, D.C. It's just the end of what's been a lovely, bright, sunny day. We're looking at the White House there and keeping across any updates. We are expecting the U.S. president back here in the city shortly. Donald Trump left his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida just a couple of hours ago. He'll land first at Joint Base Andrews in Air Force One, and then he will take the helicopter to the lawn there at the White House. We'll bring all of that to you as it happens, of course. Now, in the last few hours, well, he's posted a fresh video to his Truth Social account. And in that, he says that combat operations are continuing at full force. And he has vowed to avenge the deaths of those 3 U.S. military personnel.
We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization.
President Trump there in a pre-recorded video message earlier. Well, my colleague Sumi Somaskanda filed this update from the White House just a short time ago.
All eyes will certainly be on President Trump as he arrives back here in Washington at the White House after spending the weekend in Florida overseeing that joint U.S.-Israeli military operation. We heard the president in his video posted on Truth Social praising the American military and what he deemed a great success specifically in what he deemed as great success against the Iranian Navy. He also talked about those 3 U.S. service personnel who were killed, we understand, by Iranian attacks, saying their deaths will be avenged. And he said, sadly, there will likely be more before it ends. That's the way it is. But we will do everything possible to prevent that and avenge their deaths. Now, interesting to note that the president also had a message for the Iranian military saying, lay down your arms or face a certain death, perhaps sending that message in the hopes that some members of the Iranian military might turn against their leadership, specifically as we understand that President Trump has been contacted by the interim leadership and has agreed that they will talk. That's what we heard from his interview with the Atlantic News magazine. And he also had a message for those Iranian protesters, saying that he wants them to continue. He said, be bold, seize the moment, and take back your country. And he went on to say, I made a promise and I fulfilled that promise. The rest is up to you. Clearly saying that by removing the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, it is now up to Iranians to ensure that they can, quote, take back their country. Of course, that will be difficult as the regime remains in place, and it is unclear just how long the U.S. will remain involved. Those are questions, of course, the president will be answering here from members of Congress in Washington. His administration will be. They are set to brief members of Congress on Tuesday, the Senate and the House of Representatives. This as Democrats in the Senate and the House of Representatives have said that they want to see President Trump ask Congress for authorization to continue military operations in Iran. We will see just whether that makes any traction, but certainly they will be looking for answers from President Trump on just how long this operation will continue and what the involvement from the U.S. will be in Iran and the region going forward.
Well, we are looking there at the evening skyline here in Washington at Joint Base Andrews there. Why it's pointed at the skyline is because we are anticipating the arrival of Air Force One, carrying, of course, President Trump, who is on his way back from Mar-a-Lago. He'll land there at Joint Base Andrews, and then he will take a helicopter.
Oh, yeah, Violet Christoph, we got a new chair a little while ago.
Keeping an eye on that arrival because we haven't heard live from President Trump since these strikes began. We've had obviously those 2 video messages, but we haven't had an opportunity for journalists, for reporters to ask him live questions. So we're seeing in case something like that may happen as he gets off the plane, as often is the case. So we will keep an eye on that, but let's move along with our coverage because I want to speak live now to our own security correspondent, Frank Gardner. Frank, thanks for being with us. And I want to go back to that major announcement that we had from the Prime Minister today, Sir Keir Starmer, saying the country will allow the US to use UK bases for defensive action. Put into context for us the significance of this decision. I mean, the Prime Minister very keen to point out in those remarks that the UK was not involved in the initial strikes and wouldn't be joining in with them.
It's shown that striking high officials, senior officials, including the supreme leader, was very high at Netanyahu's target list, at Netanyahu's hit list, if you may. But when it comes to the news we've been getting from the Israeli Security Cabinet and security establishment, striking the key figures in Iran and having these regime changes that Netanyahu has been asking for was not the top priority for them. Maybe for security concerns that a weak regime in Iran could also potentially spill over in the region and extend the fighting even longer. But in general, in Israel, the mindset that the Israeli ministers are talking about, that they are winning, that they will continue with the
thank you very much. Begrackle super chatting $5. Schumer and Jeffrey slow walk the war powers vote to take place after the attack. They need to. They're fucking in favor of this shit. Like I said, especially Chuck Schumer is absolutely in favor of pretty much anything that will work in favor of the AIPAC lobby. I subbed to Empty Chairs. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Buddha to Pop. And Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for 28 months. It's like 9/11 all over again. Post 9/11 all over again. Oh, not yet. It's not. Not yet. It's not. Oh, boy. Oh, it will be, though.
plans to eradicate the regime as well as eliminate Iran's nuclear program as well as ballistic missile program. So there seems to be this idea amongst officials. Of course, when it comes to the people, it would be interesting to see how much they can bear. We are talking about Israelis who have been going to shelters almost a big chunk of their day. They've been seeing damages, including the death of 9 Israelis just in one attack in Beit Shemesh, which we've just heard Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu refer to. So it will be interesting to see how much longer can the people still support their government as they are going through this war.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that, Nida Ibrahim, for us there in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Well, Iran's foreign minister told Al Jazeera Tehran will not bow down and has the right to defend itself. Abbas Araghchi also said the actions of Israel and the US will not lead to regime change in Iran.
I have talked with our military leaders and military commanders to be careful about the targets they choose. But again, this is not something against Oman. This is not something against Qatar. This is not something against any other neighbor country. This is against American targets. And we are not in charge of this problem. It is not our fault. We are under attack. They have to explain why they decided to attack us, why they decided to go in this act of aggression. And
fucking real, fucking true.
If the attacks are stopped and there is enough explanation, we will consider how to react.
Well, Iran continues to strike US assets across the Gulf, targeting several military bases. Smoke was seen in the industrial area in Qatar's capital, Doha. Strikes also hit Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Attacks have been reported on airports, residential buildings and hotels. Shelter-in-place alerts have been issued to citizens right across the region. Well, the foreign ministers of the Gulf Cooperation Council have condemned Iranian attacks targeting the region in a joint statement. Now, the GCC has called them grave violations of sovereignty and good neighbourliness, international law, particularly due to the targeting of civilians and civilian objects. And the statement says GCC states reserve their legal right to respond and to take all necessary measures to defend their sovereignty, security and stability, including the option of a military response. It also demanded an immediate halt to the attacks, emphasising that Gulf stability is essential for the global economy and maritime navigation. Well, we're going to cross to Axel Zamovich, who is in Doha for us. And it's really hard to overstate the regional impact because almost every country in the Gulf has been affected by these Iranian strikes.
Well, that's right, Tom. That's one of the reasons why we had that emergency meeting that concluded in a few hours ago, actually. And what we understand is the leaders from this region, they're trying to find a lasting solution. They're trying to bring all parties together to try to find a solution through diplomatic means. But meanwhile, we see a large number of attacks taking place across the cities of the Gulf. We've seen that more attacks taking place in Manama, in Bahrain, but also we've seen some...
All right, just a brief little reminder. This is
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me and you're not going to have a third world war. I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. I will tell you.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow.
But also in Jordan. So it really goes to show that the situation is escalating in the past 48 hours, and that's the reason why every single
I can't believe
statement
this shit,
that we're getting from the region is going to the direction of finding a diplomatic solution to this.
All right, Jay Kung, thank you for $2. Defend yourself, Iran. Free Palestine. Yeah, this is the Iranian answer to all of the aggression from Israel.
Crisis.
And as we've mentioned, Qatar has been directly affected by this also, obviously. But it's actually changed the way that it handles Iranian strikes on its territory.
Well, that's right. We've been standing here for a few hours, but we haven't heard any explosions, and that's the reason why, because Qatar has changed its strategy. In the past couple of days, we've seen the Patriot defense system we were deployed to intercept those missiles and drones, but now we understand that the Qatari Defense Ministry is deploying fighter jets, and fighter jets are taking this fight outside the coastline, and they are intercepting missiles over the waters of the Gulf, and we getting a confirmation from Defense Ministry that this tactic has been deployed since early hours of Saturday.
It's also, all right, so this is unconfirmed, so I expect it'll either come out, or if it's not real, it won't come out at all, but I am getting, we are getting unconfirmed reports. Now, I've seen multiple people say this now, that Iran has attacked Israel's cabinet, the war cabinet, who, you know, like think of our cabinet, where Netanyahu, not in Israel, I do not believe. But Iran's missile attack on occupied Jerusalem was carried out simultaneously with a big cabinet meeting in a secret location, and Israeli media reported at least 7 were injured, one of whom is in critical condition. Oh, I was just watching Otterly Noah live streaming. He shouted out Dead Man in their video about Synthetic Man. Oh, thank you. So that's going to be a, fuck, man. Mehdi Hassan, that's going to be a thing to keep coming out about and keep an eye on, because like I said, this is one of those things where when you see these, and that's why I've even, you've seen me live check up on some of these videos here on stream, and I'm thankful to have people in chat who are able to recognize when I mess up, or when I am not able to tell, oh, this video is fake, or this video is from, you know, Syria or Libya or wherever, is because you need to not take anything you hear at face value right now. Like literally anything being asserted to you, wait before you start passing judgments. Wait before you start giving your hot take. Look, if you want to use what we talked about at the beginning of last week as training wheels, where everybody had to have a fucking take for the BAFTAs with Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan, and I was like, no, you don't gotta have a take. You don't gotta immediately have a take. You can just chill for a little bit and wait until we get the fucking facts. That's what I'm advocating for here. October Russ, thank you for $4.99. Begun. The Epstein Wars have. That Bibi's plane had been shot down. Nothing ever happened. If Bibi's plane gets shot down, that's... Look. Rand shocks 9. I doubt it. Yeah, like that's not gonna... 2025. Yeah, that shit's not... If that's the kind of shit we're not going to see until it's everywhere. Like, when it is confirmed, that shit is everywhere. If it is confirmed. If not, it goes away, some other shit get confirmed. Yeah, I want to actually go back to what... I'm going to listen to more of this while I go into the Randy Fine shit.
It seems to be quite clear that this strategy might be very useful because, as I said...
Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope like that.
Any explosion. And if there are any explosions, they seem far distant compared to...
Touring Uchard 4952 just got here's the last 2 hours worth of my time. Do y'all reckon I'm good? You're probably good. We have just been... I have not talked yet about the ongoing war with Iran. So we have just been catching up and talking about all of the developments that are ongoing. So
what we heard on just the day before.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Axel. Axel Zimovic in Doha for us. Well, as we mentioned, the US has confirmed the death of 3 military personnel in Iranian attacks. They were reportedly serving at a base in Kuwait. 5 others were seriously wounded. Al Jazeera's chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, reports.
Day 2 of the US-Israeli attack on Iran and a fresh threat from US President Donald Trump. Writing on Truth Social, he said, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they've ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. As the US headquarters for the Operation CENTCOM released new pictures of Operation Epic Fury, it also confirmed the first US military deaths. 3 service personnel killed, 5 others injured. It's reported they were based in Kuwait, one of Iran's retaliation targets. The names of the dead have not been released. The families will be informed first. In a series of media calls on Saturday, Donald Trump refused to put a time limit on the war, insisting it will continue for as long as necessary. One of his biggest supporters hailed the president's actions.
The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. The largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is...
And then what happens? What happens when it doesn't go away? Because it's not going to. What happens when Iran doesn't just crumble, when the leadership doesn't just completely give it all up, when nobody goes, oh, we're big bad America? Because that's what's going to happen. Then every one of these motherfuckers needs to be tried and publicly humiliated for the role that they've played in this, in ruining the world. Oh, I fucking hate it. Fuck, man. So, yeah, let's go over this asswipe who needs to trust Trump. Congressman Randy Fine, if you are unfamiliar, is one of the most disgraceful troglodytes, and I understand. This is a tense race. This is a stacked field. Congressman Randy Fine is one of the most reprehensible, degenerate motherfuckers in the United States government. Somebody who needs to be censured. Somebody who arguably needs to be put in fucking prison for being such a repugnant little scumsack. These Muslim barbarians attempted to storm the gate. Thank God for brave Marines who put them down. End the invasion. More than 20 rioters have died in Pakistan after they tried storming the U.S. consulate. That's what he's saying against civilians. Thank God for the U.S. Marines who put these animals down. Knows what he's doing and has great judgment. Extraordinary things have happened. I will always have his back. You fucking better, dude. Because the second all this shit goes sideways, guess who's hitting the wall just like everybody else? The Muslim terrorist in Austin had tweeted at me. Laura Loomer Sclusy. Wow. So say someone whose holy book says Jesus Christ is being burned in hell, his mother was a whore, whereas Muslims revere both Jesus and his mother. Attacked Randy Fine. All the worst people you know are fighting. A Muslim terrorist has killed Americans, again, this time in Austin, and they wonder why I choose dogs. Mass deportations now. I genuinely cannot express how little regard I have for the life of people like this. Degenerate is unfortunately a Nazi word. I disagree. I understand that it's primarily used in Nazi circles, but Nazis don't get to decide what language is okay to use or not. They don't get to... I do not give them anything. I think people like this, who quite literally, their presence degenerates the progress of society. They are degenerative upon the fabric of our social structure. I think the only proper term to use for them is degenerate. And it is not the way Nazis use it, where Nazis will talk about, your sexual proclivities or what gender you use or how you dress. It's none of these superficial, completely namby-pamby, useless descriptors. I'm talking about things that are tangible, things that are real. And no, and alphabet a soup. It's me using the word degenerate is something I've had other people as well talk to me about. And I just disagree. Reprobate. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Reprobate is a louder dog whistle. Reprobate is Reprobate is antiquated in a way that is like, oh, you have to be like a religious psycho to fucking say it. Why not the hard R word while you're at it? Are you talking about me or Congressman Randy Fine? Heterosexuality is wrong. It is degenerate. I will not allow it in my house. Yeah. Cosmic Persephone, great question, by the way. Genuinely so sick of this bullshit about U.S. lives matter more than anyone else in the world. America started this world. How does it make sense for them to be seeking revenge? Because that is the line that they're going... Excuse me, sorry. That's the line that they're going to take to justify the war. They're going to insert themselves through an act of aggression, and then when they are fired back against them, people die. They have to say, well, now we've got to do it for our brave soldiers. Otherwise, they died for nothing, which the truth has always been that they will die for nothing. That's it. Yeah, no, like, what would Ninja Jesus do? Degenerate is the only term that feels appropriate for the sick fucks on Polymarket betting on the war. Yeah, like, that shit... Oh, that's fucking... that's fucking vile. Imagine the same people who carried out 9/11 being able to carry out another 9/11. This is something we cannot allow to happen.
Oil revenue to build up their own society. They have given their money to try to destroy Israel, kill Jews, kill Christians, and kill Americans. And so if they are...
I'm going to be real. I've never heard Randy Fine speak. It immediately made sense. What do we even do if issues are identified? What do you mean? Like, we know the issues. We have the issues that have been identified.
Are gone.
I'm going to go fill up my water real quick. I'll be right back.
One of our major foes in the world goes away, and it is an unambiguous good. Imagine a peaceful Middle East. It is Iran that stands in the way of that. If they are gone and replaced by the Persian people, who I believe overwhelmingly want to live in peace with their neighbors, who want to be friends with the United States. Look at Iranian Americans in the United States and how overjoyed they are about what is happening.
You don't fucking care about I hate this shit so much. Is this like, look at how happy they are, and then you're going and talking immediately about how all Muslims are terrorists and Muslim terrorists. People wonder why I choose dogs. We need to mass deport. So do you care about them? Do you want to hold them in this superposition of being like, oh, yes, look, they're perfect justification for my genocidal wars and beliefs, but also we should deport them all because they're subhuman.
Happening right now. We all want to live in peace together. And
no, you fucking don't. Khomeini, like, I'm so... God, and it's not just that they are all craven, sycophantic sociopaths. It's not just that they see human life and experience as these things, these little game pieces that can be just thrown away at the slightest inclination. It's additionally embarrassing how fucking Reddit chungus every one of these dickheads are. Right? It is so fucking annoying to have this come out from sitting Congress representatives, a sitting congressman being like, this world leader effed around and found out. Like, could you imagine if we had these dipshits back in World War II? Could you imagine? Hitler effed around and found out. Although this is nothing like Hitler, by the way. I want to be clear. I'm not... that comparison is not comparing Khamenei to Hitler. Our enemies should take notice. America, under President Trump's leadership, does not play games. If you threaten us, we will find you and destroy you. This is going to be a GOAT, by the way. This is going to be an all-timer. If you can, go screenshot this, go find this, go bookmark this, because this is going to be one to come back to. People are going to want to hold this over his fucking head like mistletoe. Oh, the Nancy Mace post. Yeah, I'll go look at the Nancy Mace one because Jesus Christ. Looking fucking terrible, you fat, sweaty, bloated hot dog. Thank you, I sub to Empty Chairs, for giving a sub to What Would Ninja Jesus Do? October Rust. Thank you for $4.99. Randy is a chicken hawk. I say, yeah. I don't know if I can think of anybody who has so well exemplified the term chicken hawk. Why do all of them look like Play-Doh? I hate it. Oh, yeah. I'll let everybody go up and screenshot the tweet. Save that for yourself. Save that for your own records. He's jerky maxing. Oh, that's fucking terrible for me. No, let's go look at Nancy Mace real quick. We'll go back to...
Close to collapsing.
Citizenship, I think it's a strong factor that makes the regime resilient.
Ibrahim, to you again, I mean, it's clear that Israel and the United States had a clear objective from all this, and that was regime change. But they didn't seem to have any end game here, apart from telling the citizenry to take to the streets and grab power.
What did I fucking say like 2 hours ago, chat?
Absolutely right. This is a very important question. And this is only they're counting on the people from day one, actually from the first speech that Netanyahu and Trump delivered, asking the people to go and protest. It's very unlikely so far that we're going to see this happening. In addition, on the opposite, actually, in the also previous war, when we saw an important dynamic emerging when Iran was attacked by Israel, we saw some of the key opposition leaders, even outside Iran, were actually uniting and supporting the regime during that war. So an aggression and a war from outside, from Israel in particular, this triggers support and unity within the people, or even within certain groups with the opposition. Not all the opposition, though. I have to be specific. But even some of them would put their differences or issues with the regime aside and try to support the regime. So there is no end game to this. There is just bombing and bombing with no scenario, just counting on the people that will go out of the seat or the regime collapsing. Either one is unlikely, in my view, at least for the foreseeable future.
Saddam.
Kerry Jan Mystic 9955 DD. Got to be honest, sometimes I wish you weren't right so much. Yep. I know. All right, so let me go to Representative Nancy Mace. Wretched bitch though she be. Shilling the... Again, this may be one of the dumbest and most performative people. We never talked about how she had her staffers go on Reddit to artificially boost polls for who was the hottest Congresswoman? I don't think we did. Yeah, and she still lost. Still. Oh, yeah, Bella. So, hang on. Yeah, here we go. Nancy Mace allegedly forced her staff to rig her hottest woman in Congress ranking on Reddit. Allegedly. Yeah, here we go. Bottles of tequila at 2 a.m. That's alcohol. Now, that's what I call alcoholism. I say this as somebody who, well, I had a Modelo over about 3 hours, so that's not, I wouldn't call that. I got a ways to go until I'm as bad as Nancy Mace. Specs and FX, I'm old. Is the bowling ball different than the diamond? I don't know what you mean by that. Called her constituents ugly while refusing to hold town halls. Tried to censor Ilhan Omar for things she's never said. Used her congressional account to mock a trans teacher, then received death threats. Verbally accosted TSA agents. TSA agents later claims it was justified. She was fought by claiming she has fought the transgender community. Used the House floor to accuse her ex-fiancé of drugging and raping her. Now reporter Jake LaHoux spoke to a number of former staffers, reveals Mace's behavior behind the scenes is just as concerning and extreme. There's nothing here I can point to and say, oh, this is normal. Another ex-staffer said Mace has deteriorated and it sucks. Something's broken. The motherboard's fried. We're short-circuiting somewhere. Oh. Peace reveals a number of highly questionable tasks she's allegedly asked for staff, including cleaning her Airbnb rentals and upvoting posts about her being the hottest woman in Congress on Reddit. New York Mag reports. Quote, she was obsessed with monitoring her reputation online. In addition to having her staff create burner accounts to defend her, she allegedly instructed a staffer to go on Reddit forums about the hottest women in Congress to boost her standing, and the rankings and comment were needed. Mace was very adamant about getting the staffer to upvote any posts and her attractiveness, according to the second former staffer. Her former political advisor revealed that Mace stays up, quote, all night programming social media bots. When I worked for her, our poor scheduler was getting calls at 2 o'clock to come bring her bottles of tequila. One ex-staffer told the magazine of incidents dating back to 2021. She allegedly told her staff that she wanted to, quote, get punched in the face by rioters on the House floor to get media attention. Just genuinely an awful, awful human being. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 25 bits. Make your waifu or you're fucking fired. Make me your waifu or you're fucking fired, intern. You better replace that Morgan wallpaper with my thirst trap or you're done. Man, Nancy, 3 tequilas, Mace. What's the most comment of the stream? Oh, the Fighting Hobbit one? Yeah. Damn. Deep Creek 9. I can't believe you'd come for me like that. Deep Creek 9043. All alcoholics lie about it. Their brains convince them they're telling the truth. Damn. All right, let's go back to this.
Would you go along with that hypothesis?
Well, I would like to respectfully bring in a bit of nuance. Certainly, within the political establishment, there continues to be a rally around the regime effect.
3 American heroes were killed during Operation Epic Fury.
The system are loyal, not just to...
It shouldn't go past anybody that these freaks and weirdos, derogatory, I use the term freaks and weirdos quite kindly sometimes, not in these cases, that people like Nancy Mace, dog killers like Kristi Noem, absolute sociopaths like Randy Fine, they're the biggest people pulling for Trump right now. They're still the biggest Trump supporters. Like, people need to fucking remember that shit. All right, let's go. Where's Nancy Mace? Oh, damn, sick dunk. Got him. Yeah, no, she decided to completely unprompted subtweet Ilhan and Rashida Tlaib, sending them thoughts and prayers. To which Ilhan responded, I hope you aren't drunk and took your staff's advice. Rashid and I don't know this man and feel confident he didn't care about us. Please refrain from drinking too much, as you have been warned from your staff, and stay off social media when you are drunk. I pray in this holy month you find peace and respect for yourself. Look, is Secular Talk the only one who can that's fucking funny. Kyle Kalinske is the only one. Oh, I know Nancy Mace has to see Kyle Kalinske like a fucking sleep paralysis demon. That's funny. That's so good. All right, chat, we're going to listen to this, and we're going to go to some of the other pundits.
The concept of the
and
Islamic
what they've been saying about this.
Certainly is one of the most strong institutions, and they have been constitutionally empowered since 1979 to protect Iran's internal and external security. And they've been deeply loyal to Khamenei, but they've also become more empowered across Iran's economy, as well as Iran's elected and unelected institutions. So they will certainly be kingmakers in supporting whoever or whatever comes next. I think that the Trump administration in this war are going to go much further than killing Ali Khamenei and some of the senior military command. There are reports, of course, that former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has been killed. I think that many of the familiar faces that have led key institutions are clearly targets. And so the guards and perhaps an unknown guards figure could emerge to be a mobilizing force. But if I may say something quickly about this so-called Iranian opposition, I think it's important to recognize that Iran is a huge country of 90 million people alongside a highly politicized diaspora. President Trump clearly has not made a plan for the Iranian day after and is presenting this as a unique generational.
All right. Let's go over to, because I know everybody wants to know, who's the #1 political streamer, right? Lillian Race, thank you very much for subscribing. We got to go and listen to, because if there's one person who definitely has their finger on the pulse, it's obviously going to be, well, before we do that, actually, let's go. You aren't verified yet. I know, bitch. I don't want to be.
Give a role in other countries.
Let's hear what Zach had to say in 2024. And then what he's saying now, because they might be a little bit different. Has Lambshot been in front of me the whole time?
I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money.
Now, the thing you may notice, and when I talk about people like Asmongold having literally no thoughts or coherency of their own, that they are just repeating the things that they are heard, that they are served to basically become their opinions. As much as people like this want to do the NPC meme and talk about how people only care about what's popular, and they do the little meme where people are getting the chipped switched out in their head, it's far more true that that happens with somebody like this, where they will literally say one thing, and then the second the other thing happens, they will support the opposite of it, with very little room in between, right?
The people there probably fucking hate us. Like, where's really the upside here, right? Just stay out of it. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm not saying, like, we should be totally isolationist, but I think that the level that, like, that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like, you know, like Libya, for example, back in the day, what the fuck? Or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man. Way too much. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I know that, you know, obviously I've talked about it for a long time, about how big of a problem Iran is and everything. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing. I think that we play too...
The idea, and again, this is it is so clear from everything we've seen of this dipshit, the most noxious idea that he espouses, if it can be said that he has any ideas whatsoever, I'll say the most noxious thing that he has normalized is the video gamification, making up a word, stumbling on the way, of people's feelings about the things that are happening in the world. The things that he has helped normalize are being able to sit back and laugh as your fellow civilians are gunned down on the streets by ICE and going, yeah, no, they should do more because this is our side. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, I voted for this. Yeah. And then now watching 200 children being blown up with American missiles, watching all of the completely unnecessary carnage with no real reason behind it, he is simply saying, yeah, no, it's actually fucking cool. No, it's just like a Call of Duty airstrike, guys. No, it's so cool. It's so rad. So with that out of the way, let's go to see what does he think about what the fuck is happening in Iran right now.
Flying a drone into a hotel. This is us blowing up a building, and this is us blowing up a parking lot. And oh yeah,
and no, it's not. Those are not America. That one of the building is not ours, you fucking moron.
I think that there's one more. Yeah, that's another parking lot right there. And yeah, this is great. Maybe they blew up a 7-Eleven. So that's great.
With the fucking racist ass music, really? Fucking playing the Middle Eastern soundtrack from like a 2003 action movie? Christ, man.
And when does this movie come out? I don't know. They've got to get the actors for it. What is this? Here's what happened. Oh, this is what?
Today, we launched Operation Roaring Lion.
What is this? Here's what... God. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know.
So this entire area is just pretty much gone. And his X account just posted. Yeah, I know. They posted a while ago. And the school that was bombed in Manab, the Asif Missile Brigade, Manab is a country around there, and it plays a crucial role in Iran's defense. Oh, I mean, again, they're going to try to come up with every excuse and every justification for why it's okay or anything else. But ultimately, it doesn't really fucking matter, right? And Wall Street Journal, while destroying Iranian leadership, U.S. forces again suffered no reported casualties. Man.
It's gone from being like, I understand almost everything he does is to rage bait. That's what he does. And it works its intended purpose. What's his tone? Mr. Yago, I'm glad you asked. I'll lay it out for you. When you look at something, an international incident that you had no hand in, and you go, man, yeah, we're so fucking cool. We're so fucking awesome. For something that, by the way, doesn't affect his life positively in any way, and will in fact probably affect more people's lives over here economically in pretty devastating ways as the oil situation continues to devolve. But he doesn't care about that. It's all based on vibes. And it is all, in essence, just to rage bait people. Just for him to be like, I want you to picture something. Say there is a real dickhead, like a Martin Shkreli type, right? Who is just loud and abrasive, and they are rich enough to basically get away with whatever they want to do until they're not at a certain point. And most people look at Martin Shkreli, whatever his fucking name was. Shkreli, I think it was. And go, wow, what a fucking prick. Asmongold's modus operandi is to look at people very, very similarly to that. People like Trump, people like Hegseth, people who are just noxious repositories of evil. They just want to foment and spread torment and pain. That's their only real ideology. And knowing that, supporting that vocally, and not just vocally, but smugly, will piss people off, that's what he's doing. It's not really even worth it to be mad about it, because it's such a thin attempt to just rage bait anybody. There's nothing deeper there. I could guarantee you he couldn't fucking point out Iran on a map, let alone Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, fucking Dubai, UAE, where that is in the Strait of Hormuz, where the Red Sea is, where the peninsula is, where Gaza is, where Israel is. He doesn't know any of that shit before he has it fucking spoon-fed to him by conservative media and propaganda.
I mean, this is like 2-0. This is
like 2-0. Again, another thing to just keep it in your head. Clip it. Addy 745. Domain, I find you really pretty, but I am straight, so I am confused. Can we talk about that for a moment, please? I mean, you have such gorgeous arms and hands. 2, perhaps I feel like a creep since you didn't reply. I mean, I would rather we didn't talk about it, because it's kind of not the point of it. I get, or you know what, we'll take a moment to address this. And Addy, I won't be talking about you much more. I'm just going to be talking about how this happens a lot with trans people. I get told, and this is just with trans people in general, especially if you are public in any way, if you have a public platform, especially like me, you've done sex work in the past, or if you have an OnlyFans, you get the, I find you attractive, but I'm straight. What do I do about it? And my answer would be the same to anybody. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, that's what... that has nothing to do with me. It is on you to learn more about yourself. It is on you to figure that out for yourself. And here's the thing. That's fine. Like, that is okay. If I am to be people's awakening, which I suspect I have been for many a person, that's totally okay. But in my chat is not the place to do it. Like, just generally. My chat, not the place to do it. It is, I understand why people want to talk frankly about it. I do. I understand why people want to be blunt, want these answers. They reach out to me like this, and they do it in ways that might not be, you know, a lot of people are noticing this in chat, not really socially germane. It's not really the way you go about addressing these things. But I do understand the dissonance that people have when they're like, I didn't think I like this, but I do like this. But also, that's not my job to unpack. You know? And so, like, I appreciate that. I thank you for that. But at the same time, like, that's a journey you got to go on your own. And I really can't give much more attention than that. And I want to say this as a just, like, encapsulated conversation for the next time this comes up, because it is not this is not the first time, nor will it be the last time. And it's like, I think if you want to know my honest thought, I think people put way too much fucking thought into, ultimately, I find that it's what other people think, right? Like, more people care about, oh, if I date a trans person, what will other people think? Oh, if I have sex with a dude, what will other people think? Okay, but what do you want to do? What are you attracted to? What do you like? If you are attracted to a person, you're attracted to that person. If you feel shame over that, if it has been internalized to a point, that is something that you need to unpack and work through. Now, somebody with 2 partners, somebody over the internet, I'm not going to be that person. I just straight up cannot. Anyway,
it's crazy. Oh my God. And yep, there it is. As going as planned? Yes, going as planned.
Expect to get a briefing later today. The U.S. military
this is just him. Told China. It blows my fucking mind how this dipshit, even in his hour-long videos that get almost 1 million views, yeah, this isn't a psyop at all, dude.
Iran had a meeting, like all of the top guys in Iran had a meeting, including their main guy, who is like their It's like their pope, basically. And it's like because Iran, like, it's a religious government. So, like, the pope is also the head of state, effectively, right? There's a president of Iran, but it's mainly...
Very funny for anybody to be like, yeah, no, Iran is a religious government. Dog. We've got people justifying our war because they think it's going to kick off the apocalypse and Jesus is going to come. What the fuck are you talking about?
The supreme leader that's the figurehead and the main power of Iran. So the Pope, and then, which is the Ayatollah, and then a bunch of other senior officials met, and then... All right. And then the U.S. and Israel...
It's just this, like, the way that he just goes, yep, there it is. But, like, what is? What the fuck are you talking about? No, yeah, these videos are clipped and edited from his live streams, because he streams for, like, I don't know, fucking 8 hours a day.
On the fuck out of them. And they're dead. Evil for them? Yeah, of course. If given a chance to do so without great loss to themselves, they'd absolutely nuke us. Yeah, and I bet there's a lot of people in America think that about China, too. But at the end of the day, cooler heads will prevail whenever there's billions and trillions of dollars on the line, because they don't want to put that at risk. Iran doesn't risk any huge supply chain fuck-ups, except for obviously the Hormuz Strait and, you know, the oil that they have, but they send most of that to China anyway. So, and I as I said, I think that Trump probably guaranteed China that they're going to keep getting the oil from Iran, or somehow China's going to keep getting their oil. And that's probably the big reason why they're not helping or attacking.
They are helping, by the way. It's been revealed that, like, the reason that China is not attacking is because, you fucking dipshit, this isn't a fucking game. Like, everybody... The problem with these armchair political analysts who suddenly become experts on something when they read one article or watch a fucking Rumble video is that they don't take into account the context of everything else surrounding it. If China... Yeah, this isn't a fucking, like, Hearts of Iron game. This isn't a fucking RTS. If China gets involved, that's World War III. That's what World War III will actually look like. Every major power in the world involved in some way or another. China is already allied with Iran. Russia is already allied with Iran. Everything happening with Russia and Ukraine in the last couple years, everything happening with Israel and Gaza. These are all very closely, delicately interlinked things. Just the idea that, like, oh yeah, no, they're just going to, like, send over some units to help out. No, well, yeah, no, they probably Trump definitely made, like, a sweet deal with them, because, yeah, no, exactly, like, Trump made a deal with China so that they would still get their oil. That's why they aren't helping. Yeah, no, the chat, exactly. There it is. Yeah, exactly. We just keep winning. Yeah, that's like 2-0 now. The fucking moron. I lied. I don't have the... Let's see what he thinks is dishonest.
It is 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and you are joining MS Now's ongoing coverage of...
It is so... Looking at other people's feeds is so wild to me. Because you have #ThankYouBibi and Steven Seagal on his trending. Incredible. Have a good rest of your night, Kira Jen Mystic. I completely understand. How many of you here? Maria Betancourt, I know that. USA toppled Iran's democratic government in 1956. I mean, that is why there was a power vacuum leading into the Cold War. Why is Steven Seagal trending? I don't fucking know. This is not my algorithm, not my monkeys. Xenagirls, thank you for 8 months. Asmund sees everything through the lens of RTSs and MMOs. Things that he is apparently not even good at. I was not watching a video. I saw something about how apparently he started pivoting towards political content because he got made fun of for being a bitch at Dark Souls.
The United States having apparently started a war with Iran for some reason.
For some reason.
Yeah, what do you... again, the completely feigned, phony front of confidence, it's grating, it's very annoying, but it is thimble fucking deep. For him to go, oh, for some reason, to a legendary and established broadcast journalist, as though the people at MSNBC don't know what's going on, or as though he understands better than actual journalists do by browsing Twitter. And I say this as somebody who's been reporting largely by browsing Twitter. Dread-headed Texan, thank you for $5, says, anyone thought about how Kash gutted the counterintelligence because they looked into Russia? Nobody trusts us enough to share intel anymore. Oh, yeah. Like, I feel... I don't... Like, there's no reason for anybody to ally with us at this point outside of Israel, because I don't think anybody wants to... certainly not other intelligence agencies. Like, I can't imagine anybody in MI6, anybody in any of the other European allied agencies, after the shit that Kash Patel pulled with the yearly, like, meeting of the heads of all the intelligence agencies for Western countries. And he was like, no, let's go. Why can't we, like, go on a ski trip or something? Why do we got to sit in an office building? Can we go see, like, some sights and stuff? Like, these are fundamentally unserious fucking people. Straight up.
Don't you love this?
Don't you love this? No, tell me, please, enlighten me. Enlighten me, you absolutely desiccated bridge troll fuck. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Nice argument. Unfortunately, I've already portrayed myself as a stoic-faced news reporter and you as the smarmy roach man. Like, tell me, is it going to be the propaganda? Is it going to be the propaganda about the nukes? Is it going to be nukes? Is it going to be defending Israel? Is it going to be defending Israel? I'm so curious about what it's going to be.
Your guess, your personal guess, sitting at home watching me right now, your personal guess is as good as any as to why the President of the United States has just started this war.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
In terms of,
are you gonna say anything? Like, it's just, it's not saying anything. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. That's huh?
Of pure rational deduction about what he is doing here.
Yeah.
We can basically rule out.
Is she retarded? Yes.
All of the reasons he has said he's doing it.
Okay, why?
Is Iran on the precipice of having ballistic missiles that can reach the United States? Absolutely not.
How do you know that? Number one. Number two, even if it doesn't reach the United States, they could still be a dangerous for other interests in the area.
Well, they could still be a fucking... yeah, anybody can. That goes for every country. They could still be... if they get ballistic missiles, they could still be dangerous to other interests in the area. That's how missiles work. You fucking trog. Well, first off, how do you know that? First off, how do you know that? You get your fucking shit from Nick Fuentes. You get your headlines from the Twitter algorithm. What the fuck are you talking about? October Russ, thank you for $79.29. Thank you for super chatting $4.99 and a bar of soap. Bellatrix Rosaling, thank you for subbing.
This is a stupid point she's making. I don't know why you would even say this.
The United States is very far from Iran.
So it's farther away. Oh, okay.
One might even say it's a whole...
Yeah, because that's how unprovoked acts of aggression go. It's not easy to justify taking aggressive action towards a sovereign nation and portray it as defending America when it's not actually defending us in any way. When the American troops and the civilians being murdered over there are not actually for us. They tangibly do not make our lives better in any way. He's genuinely so fucking stupid.
Continent away.
Wow.
Which means a ballistic missile launched from Iran to hit us here would have to be
Can he only cogitate, like, is he like that in real life? When people talk to him, does he just go, yeah, wow, yeah, It genuinely seems that he cannot stop doing it. Like, it's the only way he can interact with people. Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. Yeah, chat, actually, that's real. Yeah, oh, that's crazy. Oh, does he do that? Other people who have watched his streams and shit, because I don't have the constitution for that.
Intercontinental ballistic missile. Does Iran
ICBM
have
ICBM? Now, here's the thing, chat. The reason I find that funny isn't because it's wrong, because, yeah, ICBM does stand for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. It's just, there's a certain tone, there's a tenor, that when you're like in middle school or high school, people who play a lot of Call of Duty, and they get maybe fixated on the guns and the attachments and the types of ammo they use and military technology and stuff. They like to flaunt that as applicable knowledge in the real world, what are essentially meant to be fun facts that you can pull out. I was actually thinking about this the other day when somebody talked about VTOLs, which I think are fascinating because they're vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, and they are a real thing. And they get put in like all sorts of sci-fi and military movies and stuff like that. They're incredibly expensive. But it is not a actual, it is mistaking trivia for actual knowledge. Because the reason that he knows shit like that is not because he's studied military techniques and tactics. It's because he's played shit like Call of Duty. And just him being like, yeah, no, ICBM. Like, I'm picturing him in a conversation with serious adults trying to wow them with this fucking Snapple fact. And them just talking like, so anyway, we were talking about intercontinental ballistic missile. He just interjects me like, ICBMs. And the rest of the people just going, yeah. Anyway, and continuing on, and they go, well, and so the thing is that then you want to take out these tactical positions with an electromagnetic pulse, and he just cuts in like, EMP. Yeah, EMP. As if he knows what the fuck they're actually talking about. It's, I don't know, it might just be neuron firing, like pattern recognition shit.
ICBMs. Does Iran have intercontinental ballistic missiles? No, it does not. And
not yet. If they did, what do you think they'd do?
There is no known evidence.
If they did, what do you think they would do? Why? What proof is there at all that Iran would launch a nuclear? Because what he's talking about, again, it's the shit that this middle school understanding of politics and political alignments where there's no accounting for economics, there's no accounting for socioeconomic policy or political upheaval of other nations or any kind of trickle-down effects that would happen from these upheavals. It all just comes down to bang, bang, shooty, shoot, nuclear war. Like that is every American's understanding of international politics when they're 12. Is like, yeah, obviously, like, we can't let them get nukes because the first thing they would do is launch them right at us and kill all of us, obviously. Duh. Yeah, huh. It's like, no, there are about couple billion other reasons they wouldn't do that. Because not everybody in the world is as sociopathic as Trump. Not everybody in the world just absolutely doesn't value human life like you. Fuck, man. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Or even serious allegation.
Wonder what kind of book Zachary reads? You're giving him way too much credit. Way too much credit for the idea that he would read a book.
That Iran is anywhere near developing that technology anytime soon. Even Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has recently admitting that the threat is only that maybe, quote, one day Iran might have that kind of capability?
Exactly. And that's why you got to stop it right now. That way it's not even close.
So he's not for playing world police, as we saw in the previous clips, but then he has to feel the need to prune any culture he just deems necessary. Like, that's why you got to stop it before they get close. Yeah, no, absolutely. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Asmon's the kind of guy who learns how to interact with other human beings by making AI chatbots and telling them what to say, particularly with women. Oh, unfortunately, you might be right. You might be right. Also, when Asma was asking, like, how do you know that? Yeah, how do you know that they wouldn't have it? And then she went on to, in the next couple minutes, explain it after he made his fucking assertion. How many times do we think he's going to say, well, yeah, that's just true. Yeah, no, and that, there it is. That's in this video. How many times? I'm betting 3 or 4.
Stomp it out right now.
One day, just like you or I might one day learn to fly or to time travel.
You really think that time traveling and flying is as reasonable as Iran being able to get a ballistic missile?
That's not the point. The point is that it's not real right now. It is not a tangible reality right now. That was the point she was making, you fucking moron.
God damn, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, oh buddy, it sure is. Not for Rachel Maddow, established and respected news journalist Rachel Maddow, but for the mom-killing, roach-eating dipshit, it is a little bit. It is a little bit.
Is Iran a weak...
Is this really what these people think?
Wait.
What do you mean what these people think? This is a news anchor. This is a news report. What the fuck are you talking about what these people think? All you think is what other people literally tell you, you fucking moron. All right, here we go. This is so fucking dishonest.
Mainly done that.
Your program that's rushing toward a bomb?
I cannot
Ask President Donald Trump, who insists that the last time he ordered the bombing of Iran in June, that, quote, totally obliterated their nuclear program.
Yes.
It's hard to say that anything totally obliterated, gone, pulverized, erased from the earth might now suddenly be back again. And so, therefore, a war must urgently start today.
That's actually an even better point that he very obviously hasn't thought about. You can see the two cogs in his brain with the cobwebs trying to wipe him off and get him working very quickly. So we can somehow cogitate a proper response to that. Because, yeah, if it was indeed, and we looked at this earlier in the fact-checking of his claims, of Trump's claims, if it was indeed obliterated, destroyed, leveled, nothing to it, how are they getting it again so fast? If again, as everybody's been telling us, as Trump's been telling us, that they've been working on this for decades, but it was all gone and there was nothing left. But now, 6 months later, they got it all back up and running. And what he's just going to keep hitting the same gritty, isn't he? I guarantee it.
This is just embarrassing. It really is.
It's so fucking embarrassing. It's not even worth engaging or interacting with what you're saying because it's so embarrassing. It's like so obvious, like totally so obvious that you just don't even know what you're fucking talking about. You big MSNBC. You call it more like MS Dumb BC. Fucking right up high, everybody. I can't. This dude. Is he gonna actually talk about it? Is he gonna actually address it right now? I don't think so.
It's an embarrassing line of argumentation, and it's sad to see that this is what, passes for like mainstream media nowadays. It's the idea that, do you remember like whenever we nuked Japan, and now Japan is this massive, sprawling, huge economic powerhouse, and it's one of the most profitable and prosperous countries in the world?
Okay, first off, it is no longer the economic powerhouse it was 20 years ago. Second off, those were in spite of, not because of us murdering hundreds of thousands. Japan's post-war economic surge had to do with the crumbling of the government. it did not have to do with the wholesale slaughter of civilians. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, yeah, Nehemia, that was 80 years ago. That's not... Also, what do you mean you remember Japan?
It's so embarrassing to see somebody talk like this. It really is.
So what
the fuck do you mean? Like... It's so embarrassing because obviously every war we've ever done ended well for someone. Is that... I don't know what he fucking expects.
What are we doing here?
It's mainstream propaganda.
It's not that they're about to get us with
mainstream propaganda.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles. It's not that they are enriching uranium to such a degree that it is dangerous and we must stop that.
That's already been discussed.
It's not that their nuclear program, which Trump says he obliterated, has somehow unobliterated itself and is now a pressing danger again.
What do you think that, like, I mean, how many times have we, like, all you need to do is you can do a very simple Google search or an AI search for the amount of times that America and Israel have taken decisive action, either with cyber attacks, obviously bombings, or killing scientists in the Iranian nuclear program. And this has happened over 20 times. So, like, this entire concept that they're not going to stop doing it is reinforced by every single...
Okay. Again, do you don't think that there's something there to think about when you want nuclear deterrence like any other major sovereign country and Western powers continue to undermine that and attack you and murder your civilians and assault your populations and impose sanctions and try and stop you at any extent from having that deterrence? And you think that you think that's just going to get them to be like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're just going to, you know what, Israel, America, do whatever you want. It's totally fine. We won't take any kind of precaution against your unforced aggression towards us. It's all good. It's like, yeah, of course they would. Of course any sovereign nation would. Like, what? Fucking da-dur.
Other time that we tried to stop them and they kept doing it.
This is just a half hour of him whinging at Rachel Maddow, isn't it?
Of the Iranian economy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And to state the obvious, its own intelligence service, its own special forces.
Right.
It also plays a huge role in the massive, suffocating, brutal domestic security services that are happy to terrorize the Iranian people in the best of times and to massacre the Iranian people in the worst of times, which they have done in the last 8 weeks.
Exactly.
The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has massive economic interests. They have a huge hold on multiple sectors of the Iranian economy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And to state the obvious.
Okay. So he's able to at least recognize the propaganda that he's been sold, that he's swallowing up balls and all, that the IRGC, the Iranian Guard Corps, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, that they are despotic, authoritarian, that they have killed civilians, that they are overall bad. So he is able to at least swallow that, have that idea in his head. But when there's no plan, and when the only plan for Iran now is to continue escalating because they have nothing left to lose, why wouldn't they? How is that spreading freedom? How is that, like, it? Just don't think about anything, ever. Don't think about anything. It seems so beautiful. It seems so wonderful to live purely in ignorance. Got your back, girl. Thank you for subbing with Prime. Meredith Navin, 1358. Thank you for $5. Terrible joke, GD. I try to hide it, but people are shocked when I tell people I'm a bad electrician.
The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is not the kind of force that's going to go poof if a bomb.
Yeah, they are. If you drop a bomb on this area, they go poof.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you drop a bomb on this place right here, this like military ceremony where all the people are gathered, yeah, if you just drop a bomb on them, yeah, they all just go away. and none of them will come back. Yeah, it's that easy. It's that easy, chat. Yeah, you just you drop a bomb on all of the military at once, and we don't have to deal with them anymore. Obviously, yeah, that they don't know. What she is talking about is the entrenched power structure of the military. You fucking moron. If in America they drop bombs on, say, Pearl Harbor, like they did, or Fort Bragg, Fort Benning, somewhere, right? They drop a bomb somewhere, or multiple bombs across multiple places. That doesn't just dissolve the military command structure. They have contingencies. They have an organizational structure. If one person dies, if a bunch of people die, they have people who will step up to assume command. That's what a chain of command is. Yeah, best case scenario also, he's endorsing genocide. No, that's literally what he is. He is saying that, like, yeah, oh, well, if they don't agree with us, we just got to kill them all. Yeah, no. It's like, the fact that he also... Lol, isn't it strange? Thank you for following over on Twitch. The fact that he also, same time... I forgot where I was going with that. I thank you for following. Fuck. I forgot where I was. Oh. If you drop a bomb, exaggerated kid explosion noises. It's just like, it is such a wild misunderstanding of military operations that I'm not surprised he's gotten more popular under Trump, because this does seem to be the operative strategy of people like Hegseth. Just like, well, why don't we just fucking bomb them? Why don't we just fucking go and shoot them, guys? Like, we got, like, Navy SEALs and stuff. I don't know why I slipped into, like, a Stallone there. Like, why don't we go and shoot them, guys? They move first blood. $5. Thank you, Nehemiah, for $5. ChatGPT, I keep pooping in my clogged toilet, and instead of solving itself, it's now spilling over. Is it okay to leave it like that? Chat. Is that... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chat. Yeah.
That's how it works. You do that 5 or 6 times, the rest of them are going to run away.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Again, as he was talking about, it's a repressive religious government with these fanatical followers that are just so evil that they'll stop at nothing to make sure that they deliver a nuclear bomb to America. But if we kill 5 or 6 bombs worth of their military personnel in what he would probably want uncoordinated wildcat strikes, they're just gonna give up. So on one hand, they are so, again, it's the superposition of the dipshit fascist. On one hand, they must be exterminated. They're so crazy and unhinged and wild and slavishly devoted to this religious oppression. On the other hand, you get rid of a couple of them, they'll just run. Like, they're all pussies anyway, because we're big dick Americans on the block, obviously. Like, yeah, they'll see us coming and fucking run for the hills. And guess what's not happening right now? Because I'm willing to bet, the fascinating thing is I think Asman has spent so long imbibing the Trump juice, just sucking at the teat, that he has started to, in lieu of having any thoughts of his own, has started to think somewhat like dear leader. So I think there's a commonality between how Asman's approaching this and how people like Trump and people upwards in the chain of command also thought this would go, which I think is going to make it slightly more delicious. Tragic, of course, because it is war, and people will be needlessly dying for a dying, decrepit, pedophile protecting empire. But it will be delicious to watch him have to scramble to grasp at reasons why. No, actually, this is totally cool. Yeah, no, actually, this is totally right. Yeah, no, it's just like I said. Yeah, even though it won't be. He's going to have to double back, triple back, all the way down the line. Because the things that he's saying are not how war actually works. This isn't how it's going to fucking go. It's not a Call of Duty lobby. There are massive stakes here.
What do you mean? This is the same kind of person that says you can't just go poof and get Maduro. Yeah, you can. Of course you can.
Yeah, you could. You shouldn't. Like, here's the problem with my makes right thinking is that, you know, it's the old Jeff Goldblum quotes. Well, your scientists never thought about what they how does it go? Thought about if they could, but never thought about if they should. It's that quote. It's like, yeah, you can do these things, but should you? Should you? Should you just cause rampant international incidents, leaving entire countries to have power vacuums that we aren't able to fill? I don't know. And then be like, well, yeah, no, we have to go kill all these people because obviously they hate Americans. And it's like, fuck, man, I can't imagine why insurgent rebel groups that have been propped up for proxy wars across multiple decades, who have had to suffer through generations of their families, especially in South America, being killed by CIA-backed terror squads, raping, murdering, and torturing people to make sure they aren't comunista. And I can't imagine why anybody across any part of the exploited third world, or just the exploited world, would hold any kind of animus towards Americans. That's just, no, they must just hate us because we're so awesome. We're so damn cool, and we got such big dicks. That's why they hate all of us.
Donald Trump airstrike manages to kill Iran's supreme leader.
Uncle Samrick, thank you for $10. Children are dying, lol nodded. That's a succinct summary of humankind, I'd say. Who needs tomes and volumes of history? Children are dying. The injustices of the world hide in those 3 words. I do not know what that is from, but it sounds quite good. Godzilla Nerd 95, the series is crazy. Somehow it turns out Godzilla is the avatar of a multiversal god who can rewrite the laws of physics to allow something like Godzilla to exist without succumbing to its own waste. Is that... Are you talking about... You're not talking about... That's not the fucking the anime trilogy, is it? Because I'm going to be real, I don't think I finished the 3rd one. God, what a fucking trash fire that is. God, can we talk about video... No, can we talk about movies? Can we talk about video games? Can we talk about something? Yep, that is a frame for him to stop on. Specs in effects, thank you for 115 biddies. Malazan, Book of the Fallen quote. Oh damn, you got multiple people in the chat knowing that one. That's Singular Point. Okay, yeah. Did I finish watching Singular Point? I think I did finish watching Singular Point. I think I might have stopped paying attention. There was a spate of decent, half-decent, like, kaiju anime shows on Netflix, and I haven't had Netflix for, like, a year now. Singular Point, I love the designs of Singular Point, but it lost me. Like, that one, Gamera Rebirth, and Pacific Rim the Black are all various shades of decent, but they taper off real hard. Like, the fall off in those shows, just like, I don't know why. Especially, and Pacific Rim the Black was actually a bummer for me because I really liked what that show was doing with like its characters and story until that second half, which I don't remember. It's been a long time since I saw it.
If they do kill the Supreme Leader, which appears maybe to be what they tried to do earlier today.
Yeah.
Like, what is he doing? Like, look at this shit. Like, what, genuinely, and I understand, some viewers may find this hard to watch, but just watch his face as they talk about, it's just bizarre. This behavior, this taking, it makes sense that he would be friends with Nazis and shit, because it's the same fascist urge to take credit for shit and pretend like, bro, you pretend like you're in the club. Like, Blood thinks he's on the team. And it's You're not. You have no actual tangible power here. This is no different than all of the dipshits being like, this is our country now, with fucking Trump country, fucking kick all the illegals out. It's like, no, you are giving up your own rights. You don't know it because you were too stupid. You are being placated with jangling keys as they're saying, oh yeah, look over here, we're getting all the illegals out, we're getting all the illegals out, even as they are ramping up their surveillance state and taking your rights away and limiting your ability to have health care. And so, like, how free are people like you actually? But you don't really pay attention to that because you're too busy soy-facing the death of the Ayatollah? Like, it's bizarre behavior. Sergeant Snuggles, he's the type who says we won when his sports team wins. It's worse than that. Because sports teams, I understand that. I understand you kind of, you align with the team that you like and you take that shit personally. It's like, yeah, okay, we won. Hey, go Knicks. It's imagine somebody acting incredibly smug over anything a sports team does. Anything. Doesn't matter if they're winning or losing. Just being like, yeah, no, we actually did. No, we completely fumbled that pass. Yeah. That's just that. And yeah, and we're going to keep winning. We're going to keep winning. It's just going to keep getting better. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, chat. And yeah, no, we completely fucked up in the end zone in the third quarter. And yeah, we were down by 20, but that's what happens when you mess with America. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the more equivalent analogy, I feel.
Trump airstrike manages to kill
genuinely, watch his face here. Watch his face.
On Supreme Leader. If they do kill the Supreme Leader, which appears maybe to be what they tried to do earlier today, then what will happen? I mean, this isn't Venezuela. There's no vice Ayatollah who's going to step in and take over the top job, except she'll take calls from Marco Rubio. What will happen then?
I love how they say this, what's going to happen, even though what's going to happen was very readily outlined and defined multiple times. They've already said what's going to happen 50 times.
Please enlighten me, Asmongold. Enlighten me.
You didn't listen.
But
why don't you say it? Why don't you say it again, buddy? Why don't you say it? Is it going to be that, Iranian leadership is just going to rise up? That they're just, which isn't happening. That Trump said, patriots of Iran, please rise up. Make sure that this doesn't impact my poll numbers too much. They're not doing that. Because why would they? They have no reason to. You
voted for Donald Trump for president because you believed the hype that he was America first, that he was against foreign wars, that he was definitely against regime change wars in foreign country. Well, again, good morning. I hope you slept well. But the president in this case says explicitly that this is a war we are waging for regime change.
Good.
He just doesn't believe anything, dog.
And the existing leader, Khamenei, who has been in place since 1989.
Yes.
There is no other person of that stature to just pop in place?
Yeah, actually there is. Khamenei's, so this is another thing that's just simply not true. Basically, Khamenei has, and the Iranian government has a support level that is even lower than Maduro's inside of, and this, it's
Dude, again, where I need some stats and statistics on this, Aswan. I need you to give me something, and I guarantee I can somehow trace it back to State Department propaganda. Like, give me one citation, dog. One citation. Come on, man. No, exactly. There's not going to be a regime change, you stupid bitch. Stupid slut. That was the meme. Peppy Hair 66, thank you for $5. What endgame do they imagine where the successive Iranian government is pro-America / Israel / Saudi? Well, and that's what I was talking about, is that, like, it's very clear that isn't happening. I don't know at what, obviously, I don't know who can know the mind of the CIA, but at what level was the failure to set up a backup plan, to set up a like an actual follow through, because right now it sure does seem like most of the plan was to just be like, hey, Iran, we killed your leader. You good? Take over now. And Iran is going, okay, so you're getting missiles, right? You're getting missiles. We got a bunch of them. You're getting them. And we're going to send them to fucking Dubai. We're going to send them to Israel. We're going to send them to the Strait. We're going to send them to all of your allies. We're going to send them to strategic targets. We're going to send them to your military installations. We're going to send them to the hotels you people are staying at. And fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. And it seems like Trump and Hegseth's, the extent to which they've planned, has gone, oh, shit. So we thought that us taking out the leader without the rest of the military structure, without having any contingency for a rebel group or a alternative party to rise up and take control, we thought that doing that without any kind of contingency would, people would just kind of go on vibes and rise up. But it seems like that's not happening. So how about, and this is Trump right now, how about we call bygones bygones? Iran, what do you say? We both go our separate ways. We have, we had a little fun, had some drinks, had some laughs. And Iran right now is saying, no. Oh no. Because that's the subtext. Every time you read a headline over the next couple of days talking about how Trump is like, yes, we want, of course, to negotiate. We want to come to the table with them, and it'll be a big table full of Big Macs. The U.S. sports hockey team, they said, Trump makes the best Big Macs. I don't make them, folks. That's somebody else's job, but if I made the Big Macs, though, they would be the best Big Macs you've ever seen. That's what the U.S. men's hockey team said. And Iran didn't want to come to the Big Mac table. And so, in honor of them refusing my Big Mac offer, we will enact Operation Big Mac. They're calling it Operation Bigger Mac. Do you like that? Do you like that? I just came up with that. Operation Bigger Mac. Because people didn't think that you could get bigger than the Big Mac, but you can. Oh, you can, folks. This one's going to be the biggest Mac they've ever seen. Bigger than any of the Macs in China. And believe me, I've seen all the Big Macs in China. And he's going to continue trying in his own dumb fucking way to make it seem like, A, America didn't start this shit and is not the aggressor. B, America is not suffering billions of dollars in losses. And C, to make it seem like, oh no, Iran, they're the ones hitting us now. They're being so mean. They're going, you hit us, me. It's because our fucking eye has been blacked multiple times. After playing world police for decades, we have finally engaged explicitly a power that is technologically advanced enough, not in proxy war. I'm not talking about Vietnam. I'm talking about Korea. I'm not talking about the Gulf War. I'm talking about explicit engagement with another government that has advanced military protection. We aren't fighting guerrilla warfare. We aren't fighting in the jungles of Laos or Cambodia. We aren't fighting in the caves of Afghanistan. This is on their home turf that they have all the right to defend. And not just the right to defend it, the power of an entire government and military structure. Whatever happens to us, the military, the United States military, I'm sorry, whatever happens, they fucking deserve it. Innocent people will die. The innocent people do not deserve it. Civilians do not deserve it. I would go as far as to say a lot of the service members probably don't deserve it. But America as a country, as a culture, as a society, as a political structure, we will get the just rewards for our hubris. I have no doubt about that. And when I talk about the end of the American empire, that's what I'm talking about. We are going to see the end of unquestioned, unfettered American hegemony. The idea that America is untouchable, that they can't be made to bleed. It's unraveling in front of our fucking eyes right now. And people like Asman, they can smugly talk about how, oh, yeah, no. Yeah, we killed their, yeah, no, we killed their Ayatollah. Exactly. Yeah, no. As much as they want, but it doesn't change the fact of what's actually going to happen. How we're actually engaging with this. Because you are going up against a nation that has been preparing for this shit. That has been preparing for this eventuality. And on one side, you have Iran, who is allied with China, who is comfortable with Russia. And on the other side, you have the genocidal Epstein cabal. On the other side, you have Israel, who is broadly, widely unpopular for their ongoing genocide, who are, just like Americans, a bunch of fucking crybabies who can dish it, but the second they take it, the second somebody spits back in their face, gives them a paper cut compared to the missiles and salvos of gunfire they launch at civilians. And you flick them a little bit. You draw just a drop of blood. And they go, oh, I can't believe people fired back on American troop carriers. What the fuck did you think would happen? No shit. And now everybody, the entire world gets to know. This is Iran's chance, and I believe they will take it. I truly believe they will take it. I think this is going to be a rough couple of days, couple of weeks, probably couple of months for the nothing ever happens crowd. I feel it in my bones. And again, as always, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. But this is not something that's going away tomorrow or the next day. And as it continues to escalate, as it continues to get worse for everybody involved, people like Asmongold need to be reminded of where they stood. All of their audience need to be reminded of what callous, bad faith sycophants they were the entire fucking time. Because when Trump is done, and he will be done, it will not be enough to simply say, well, glad that's over. We can't have another one like that again, huh? Like that was a rough couple of years. Glad we got that done with. No, it won't be enough. Because our survival, the survival of people, the survival of the working class, the survival of the majority of the world will be contingent upon making sure that nobody who aided him, nobody who helped him achieve that power, nobody who supported him get prominence or get power or get a voice in a civil society ever fucking again. When this is all over, people like Asman need to be told to their face, shut the fuck up. You fucking idiot moron. The world is a worse place because of people like you. Actively. Brian Harpy, thank you for following. Occultica, thank you for following. 00Dopey00, thank you for following.
It's very hard to measure this because it's a country that's oppressive, that kills you if you disagree with them. But if you look at independent polling, you'll see that the percentage of people that support the Iranian government is about 15 to 20% of people, right? It's a very, very low percentage of people. And if you compare that to the support for Raza Pahlavi, or Pahlavi, I think that's how I say his name, which is the crown prince, the son of the Shah that was exiled, his support in by the Iranian people is at about 30 or maybe 35%. That's the last time that I checked. So not only is that not true, but I don't even know if he's the second most popular.
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And secondly, like Rachel Maddow, yeah, she should take a dub on being like, well, what's the plan here? And then speculating on who's the leadership is going to be, because I feel like it was pretty obvious it's going to be someone else from within the political structure. Like, they have an entire military structure. It would have been somebody to step up and take a leadership role. That's how governments work. So that's not too surprising. But he extrapolating it into this fucking state-run media propaganda bullshit of like, well, what about the exiled guy? Like, he's 30% as popular. Yeah, it's also, yeah, not a fucking monarchy, dude. Like, this is, I don't know if it's anime brain or video game brain or what, but just thinking of like, well, you just bring like like you'll be just like Return of the King, guys. Fuck, man.
It's just not even true. Like, I don't know how do you go on mainstream media and say this? You don't even know what you're talking about.
And the guy who is just like, yeah, I haven't checked on this in a while, and I read it somewhere, but you know what you're talking about. Okay. All right, let's keep going in this. Let's listen to him whinge about shit. Looks like he's gonna go.
Somebody involved in U.S. policy who has also just been given billions of dollars by Saudi Arabia, apparently for no reason. Well, that was the explanation.
And by the way, none of this is actually an argument against attacking Iran. I want you guys to understand this. So, like, now what she's doing here is she's creating a personal insinuation that Trump is corrupt. He got bribed by Saudi Arabia.
He is. We have, there's not a personal insinuation. That's a presentation of the facts. What are you talking about? She's creating a personal insinuation that Trump is corrupt. No, he's profited tangibly. His family continues to profit off of real estate deals and the Bitcoin bullshit they are running through, and with the support of United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Like, we've known this for weeks and months. It is not speculation. It's not a conspiracy. It is a matter of literal fact. I have a video on it. You can go watch it on the channel. I have a video walking through the whole fucking Trump crypto grift and how it plays into Saudi Arabia and the UAE. That's not at all up to speculation. It's a matter of documented fact.
To bomb Iran, and that's the reason why he's doing this. This actually has nothing to do on whether you're not at any point in this video. She has not made a case for why it is a good or a bad idea to bomb Iran. If anything,
the fact that we have no contingency plan for removing another world leader, the fact that we are very obviously being lied to engage in a war of unkempt aggression, very likely on the side of, or at least because of, we are being pushed into it by Israel. That's not... Okay.
He's only made a case that it's a good idea, talking about the protesters that they killed. And so the only thing that she's hanging on to are Trump implications that are like personal attacks that then she hopes that the audience will extrapolate into it being a bad faith policy decision. That's what she's doing.
He's just using words. A bad faith policy decision? What the fuck are you talking about? Trump will extrapolate resources into being policy, bad faith. And yeah, anyway, exactly. And they want to present this narrative, straw man, as exactly. Yeah, chat. It's like, come on, dude.
Took all that money from the Saudis at the end of Trump's first term. And now today, who has been leading the negotiations on behalf of the United States government with Iran before we just started this war with them today?
Jared Kushner.
I mean, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in St. Kitts this week. It wasn't him.
Yeah.
No, it was Jared Kushner.
Yes.
The president's son-in-law.
Yeah, no, she is very clearly presenting a case for why that's corrupt, why that causes conflict of interest that they don't fucking care about, that Asman doesn't give a shit about. He's never looked into this stuff. If he did, he would have no choice but to admit that, yeah, Trump is undisputably wildly, flagrantly, and blatantly profiting off of these deals on the back end. And just nobody gives a shit anymore because what, the Democrats are going to stop him? No.
Recently paid billions of dollars by Iran's chief rival, and nevertheless sitting there alongside Trump's tiny real estate friend, Steve Witkoff, who has sought recently to improve his considerable family fortunes by going to Qatar to seek money from its sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with whether...
Do you want to address any of that? And it literally does. She's bringing up conflict of interest. But is he going to engage with any of those ideas being presented, or is he just going to go, yeah, no, exactly, yeah. Bad future Dave Grohl just says shit, yeah.
It's a good idea to attack Iran or not. This is more personal implications and creating a link that could or could not be there. Even if they get, even if all of these things are true, this.
Oh, here we go. Here's how we're going to couch it, is that even if it's all true, here's why it's either not true or why it's actually good that we're still doing this in spite of. Watch him eventually just break it down to like, I don't care if this person is profiting off of this. I don't really care. Yeah, no, I actually because at the end of the day, if backed into a corner, they kind of all have to take that line. Like at the end of the day, none of them really care. If we are engaged in flagrant wars of unhinged aggression, that's what they want. They want to feel morally superior. Or not even morally superior, just physically superior. They don't really care about morals. They just want to feel like they are subjugating somebody else. They want to feel like the big American Billy badasses that they are being sold the idea that they are. That, well, America's back, so we got to start kicking ass and taking names. Even if it causes tremendous undue amounts of suffering the world over. All right. Yeah, sure.
This is what I find to be funny about this, is that even if all of these things are true, and there's no way you can prove or disprove this one way or another, it's impossible.
No, it's not. Again, if you want proof of that, I put out a video walking through all of Trump's ties to this shit.
But the one thing that is certain is that this has nothing to do on to whether Iran is a good target to attack or not. That's it.
No. It's explaining the reason why. It is explaining the backroom dealings behind why we are attacking them. What people in our government, not us as humans, not the civilians of Iran, not the people who they are selling you ideas about it working on, what the people in our government stand to benefit from: war and death. That's what it's explaining and illustrating the ties to, you fucking moron.
Weird that those talks didn't work, right?
Nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it, yeah.
It's like if you were having a backyard dispute with your neighbor, you know, hey, your new fence crosses over on the crosses the property line, comes over into my yard. That tree you just cut down, that hedge you just cut down, hey, that was mine. You're having a neighborly dispute with your neighbor on your block. And the cops break down your door with a battering ram. They arrest you and your whole family. They ransack your house, and then they light it afire and bulldoze it. And they tell your neighbor, hey, it's all done. You can take his whole backyard, and you can take his house now, too. And as you're trying to figure out why this has just happened, you come to learn that your neighbor has been paying massive bribes to the police in your town. Oh, that's what's going on.
So now she's just coming out and saying that. Instead of the implication, now she's acting on as if the implication is accurate.
No, she's explaining that. I don't know why he is holding on to this idea of an implication. It's not an implication. She is laying out and explaining what is happening. She's not implying anything. She is stating, here's this fact, here's where this person was, here's what this person was doing, here's this person's tied to this, here's this person's tied to this, here's how these people benefit. She's explaining it all bit by bit, and he's like, yeah, but all she can do is really imply. It's like, she's not implying anything. She is making a statement and then illustrating that with a metaphor. Being like, here's, let me simplify it for you. It's like this, if this happened, and then that way the American mind can better, easier understand what they're fucking saying. And he's like, well, yeah, see, so crazy. She's just completely making it up. Fucking.
And she not once has she mentioned at all that the Iranian people have asked Trump to intervene.
Is he? I wonder if he's seen the. No, he hasn't. Of course, he fucking hasn't. The Iranian people have asked Trump to intervene. Just as many Iranians don't want them to intervene. Yeah. What about thousands of people, tens of thousands, taken to the streets to say "Death to America"? Is like those people don't. No, those people, of course, don't matter because they're not pro-America. Willfully ignorant or just a shill? I think he is just a shill, but I also think he is willfully ignorant. I think he is just incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, boy. Yeah, obviously they're terrorists and hate our freedom or something. Specs in FX, thank you very much for tier 1. And Twilight Drive, thank you for following. All right, chat. I don't even know what else we've got going on today. Let's go. Jesus. Okay, so I'm seeing this stuff is being reported slightly more widely. Israeli security cabinet meeting in Tel Aviv got hit by Iranian hypersonic missile. So far, 7 generals' dead bodies recovered from site, more dead expecting. So we don't have, I need more of a confirmation on this. Kibben. Okay. Let me see. Israeli cabinet. Oh, you know what? Let me fucking just refresh Al Jazeera.
נפילה לפני כמה דקות, תראו את ההרס.
There we go. 1 hour ago. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's happened today 1 hour ago. U.S. admin has yet to spell out a day-after strategy for Iran following joint U.S.-Israeli strikes that killed much of the country's leadership, lawmakers from both major political parties say. All right, so I'm not seeing anything specifically there. The problem is right now, because it's nighttime, a bunch of people are sharing videos, and a lot of them are not. All right, here we go. Jesus. I'm seeing one person saying, again, can't verify this, but boy, it's fun to think about. Trump is going into hiding for elevated risk of assassination attempts. So if you wonder, hey, where's our fearless leader, the guy who definitely didn't stage being shot at and stood up immediately being like, oh, because everybody was like, oh yeah, what a badass. And he's fucking going to hide in a bunker, most likely. Sorry, I just saw the, somebody posted a tweet. Ben Shapiro is going to pull up on a stream with a yarmulke so big he looks like Kung Lao. Which is one of the funniest fucking things I've read today. Yeah, I'm... Funniest, you're going to see a lot of the worst people fighting in the next couple days. Early contender is Marjorie Taylor Greene calling Laura Loomer a bitch. This bitch is celebrating the death of American military members, thanking the families for their blood sacrifice. Loomer lost 2 congressional races because nobody respected her or valued. Like, look, I understand Marjorie Taylor Greene. Dark horse pick for dark woke. If I'm being honest, I think I could change her. I think I could change her mind. I think she's got it where it counts. I think she can go the distance. Like, she has been so steadfast in her scathing critique of the conservative, warmongering, pedophile defending establishment. I gotta give it up to her. Like, terrible fucking person. I want to be clear. Terrible person. Let me be clear. Marjorie Taylor Greene is still a transphobic piece of shit. But let us not forget, in times of hardship, the old adage that the enemy of my enemy would, ? Lefty McLefterson, didn't MTG have an affair with a communist? That's what they want you to think. Evil. No, exactly. Naomi Francis, my evil problematic fave. Yeah. She's Bizarro Candace. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Really, we all across the board, though, MTG stock's down. It doesn't matter if it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or Magic the Gathering. Oh, yeah, exactly. Sunchaser, critical support for MTG against the devil Laura Loomer. War with Iran is America last, and we voted against the same way voters voted against Laura Loomer twice. Woo, that's so good. Laura demanded it and begged for it. Sign up for the military, Laura. Go to the front lines. Maybe then they'll give you a gun. Ooh, Oxpecker. Hollywoke is a good way to put it, I would think. Hollywoke is pretty good. I think Hassan can't get too dark woke is the problem. Like, Hassan has way too much scrutiny on him at all times. That there's just no... He's not going to be dropping, Kyle Kalinske bangers. He's not going to be saying that's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch. Like, you can't expect that from him. Oh, speaking of which, I need to get back to the, fuck. All right, let me bring that up so I can remember to do it when I'm done. Fucking eat shit, die. Poop from a butt. Hey, there we go. Where was it? There we go. The Nuestra convoy to Cuba. I need to get back to them about possibly joining the convoy and documenting the journey. I forgot about it. Yeah, where's the... Dubai attacked live. India reiterates need to end hostilities. Yeah, I fucking bet. All of these goddamn news stations are such shit. It's crazy. Wait.
All right, stay with CNN for continuing coverage of the conflict in the Middle East. What is next for the U.S.?
Last June, imagine if people just listened to the conventional wisdom, that they could possibly have acquired a bomb, if we weren't bombed back in June. So yeah, there is a threat. It's not imminent that could happen right now, but that I think it's entirely appropriate to deal with it, and that's why I support it. So again, people keep described that it was a legal war. Now, read the War Powers Act, and now that has not been violated at this point. What happened yesterday?
Let me ask you about that, because your colleague from Kentucky, Republican Senator Rand Paul, posted the Constitution conferred the power to declare or initiate war to Congress for a reason, to make war less likely. My oath of office is to the Constitution. So with studied care, I must oppose another presidential war. So just to be clear, it doesn't concern you that President Trump is launched these strikes. I
don't know why the aspect ratio looks so
Gang
fucked.
of Eight, the leadership and members of the intelligence.
All right.
This is basically the nerve center of the Iranian capital. It's home to the airport and key regime offices. And on day 2, Israel has started attacking these sites. Their end goal is to create an air corridor to Tehran. And we saw that last June. Israel used short bursts to take out Iran's air defenses.
Yeah, that was Fetterman.
Once air superiority was achieved, the attacks became relentless, sort of like a train of jets constantly attacking. That's what Israel is eyeing again. They want to freely operate over the skies of Tehran, and for that, their first stop is Western Iran. You cannot reach Tehran without flying over Western Iran, and Israel knows this. They're taking out Iranian jets in the region, that too right on the tarmac before takeoff. So that's the first goal, air superiority. The second goal is to decapitate the military leadership. Israel has killed dozens of senior leaders, including 40 commanders, in 1 minute.
In the opening strike
So
of
this
the
is
operation,
Zionism right
the
here.
IDF eliminated 40 commanders and seniors from the Iranian regime.
Like, the problem with literally anything coming out of Israel is that, as we've seen from the last couple of years, they can say anything, and allied countries and Western media outlets will just reprint it with no alterations, with no fact checking, with no scrutiny of any kind. They'll just fucking go for it.
1 minute. The Air Force's fighter jets are operating around the clock to locate and strike missile-array targets of the terrorist Iranian regime.
Now the third goal, take out Iran's offensive capabilities. We're talking about the missiles and the launchers here. They want to demolish them. Israeli jets are targeting launchers in the west of Iran. Some of them are being blown up while being loaded. Casualties are slowly starting to rise. In Iran, more than 200 people have been killed so far, including more than 100 girls at a school. While in Israel, 9 people have been killed and dozens injured. Now remember, these are just the opening salvos of a massive war. Both sides will soon get desperate, and that's when civilians will feel the pinch. It's day 2 of the war in West Asia, and things are only intensifying. Missiles continue to hit.
As I am still paying attention to chat and to what's on the stream, by the way, I am just also surfing through what's currently still happening in on Twitter and trying to find more clips of what targets are being hit right now. So I am still here.
Arab cities and Israel. Israeli jets continue to strike Iran. It's the ultimate battle of firepower versus endurance. And it's not stopping. A new wave is unleashed every few hours. Neither side is willing to back down right now. Despite taking severe hits, Iran is retaliating hard. They now claim to have struck America's USS Abraham Lincoln carrier in the region. This is an aircraft carrier. Iran says, we attacked it, we struck it. That too with 4 ballistic missiles. The US says the warship was not hit and that the missiles did not even come close. But the fact is, things are escalating fast. And there's a reason why. Today began with a shocking announcement. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had been killed. Reports say the CIA and Mossad had triangulated his position. On Saturday morning, he was holding a meeting in Tehran. In that meeting, top military leaders of Iran were present. So the Israeli Air Force decided to act on this input. Their initial plan was to begin attacking at night. But after this input, they waited until Saturday morning. And in the first wave, Khamenei was taken out. He was holed up at a military
Africa 893, I've been really sick and super out of it. Can someone get me up to speed real quick on how it's going? Are we winning, son? Probably not. But yeah, we're lying, Dad. It's impossible to tell right now. And winning is such a nebulous phrase for this kind of endeavor, because we're not like, if which America, by the way, does not have a contingency. We don't have a plan that will actually line up with this. But let's say, put on my best Ben Shapiro impression. Now, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that everything went according to plan and we did get everything we wanted. And I guess Iran's leadership switched over to being pro-America. No, like there isn't an outcome to this that would have been good for anybody. Like anybody. Not the people of Iran, not the people of Israel, not the people of Afghanistan or Iraq or Abu Dhabi or fucking like, and it's spreading. It's everywhere. Like the reason that Modi is saying like, hey, we need to simmer down tensions a little bit, is because there's already anti-Israel demonstrations happening in Delhi at the fucking Israeli embassy that we were talking about earlier. It really does. Valk Flight 3903, dude, I'm from Iraq and people are nervous here. Yeah. I don't fucking doubt it. Like the idea of, because Iraq, for people who don't know, is situated right between Iran and Israel. So if you find yourself in here, They are literally launching, every time you see somebody talking about how like, oh, Tel Aviv got hit. Oh, Israel got hit again. Oh, they're launching missiles. It's because Iran is launching long-range ballistic missiles from here all the way over Iraq, parts of Syria, Jordan, into Israel. Like, the Western mind cannot compute that shit. That is, it's horrifying. Like, imagine looking up to your sky, knowing that for now, your centers aren't being targeted, but seeing lines of fire, knowing that they are heading somewhere nearby, that people are going to die from that. That at any moment, if something malfunctioned, if something was shot down, it could come down on you. And it would just be another fucking blip. These are things that the Western mind cannot comprehend. Americans, when you have people like Asmongold who sit so comfortably in their chairs being like, yeah, no, we can just drop bombs on them. Yeah, no, then if they mess with us, we'll just drop even more bombs. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, we'll just drop more bombs. Because they don't understand what actual terror looks like. They don't understand why people call America the Great Satan. Why people say death to America. Because all of this shit is still recent enough that children grow up with memories of what America left behind and what America did during our fucking lifetimes. Lefty McLefterson, I really don't think Russia wants to get involved. Like, Russia is so... They are dealing with so much of their own shit, I genuinely think they do not want to even fucking look over here. Like, I can only imagine that right now, Vladimir Putin is letting Iran and China calls go to voicemail. Saying like, I do not have time for this. By the way, fucking hilarious that, again, the line that was sold to you. Because people, I don't know if people think that Britain is around where, like, France is, or if people think that Europe is a lot closer to places like Africa and the Middle East. I don't know if it was because of, like, Italian and German excursions into Africa in World War II that people are going like, oh, it's just across the pond there. That's where the what was Rommel, what was it called? The Desert Fox made his stand and we got him good, gents, we did. I don't know why the line that Keir Starmer took is, well, we have to, United Kingdom, here, we have to support Israel. We have to support America in their offensive action against fucking Iran. Because what if Iran attacks Britain all the way over here? Can you imagine? Oh, obviously we've got to give all of our support to the fighting gents. Cosmic Persephone, I've thought a lot about this since the Palestinian genocide started. I can't comprehend any of this. It feels so distant when living in the UK. Even our experiences with Blitzkrieg are so distant now. The Blitzkrieg feels like it should have cemented Britain as being a far more sympathetic country. A far more progressive country when it comes to understanding the plights and the devastation that can be wrought by campaigns like the one Israel has done in Gaza. Like, if you listen, you go back and you study and look at the stories of the Blitzkrieg, where let me see if I can find a good... Yeah, here we go. Like this shit? Get the fuck out of here. God, dude. I don't want to fucking do that. Like you are talking about people waking up, going down into bomb shelters, waking up to hundreds of people dead every day. And it is so telling of the comfort. Well, I think it's telling of the comfort that people take in Western cultures and civilizations of, well, it's not our fight, not our war, jolly old chum. It's not our circus, so to speak. Like, oh, we want to keep Britain safe for Britain and all this bullshit that they can look at, and additionally the ties to the Zionist project coming from Britain. That they can look at what's happening in Palestine and still feign ignorance. Sun Chaser, I always remember my father's stories, the Blitz, absolutely chilling. The people don't give it, and again, it's what pisses me off about the greatest generation revisionist history of America around the world, which, don't get me wrong, America in World War II, we lost over 500,000 people. Is there a, there we go. Student United States, United Kingdom. Total population, military deaths. No, not even 500, 400,000. A lot of fucking people. Lot of fucking people. United Kingdom, 300,000. Let's go up to the Soviet fucking Union, dog. Like, the... Civilians alone, here we go. Volgograd, characterized by fierce close-quarters combat. Single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. Bloody and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the cities. There is no film, well, there might be some Russian movies I've never seen. There is no game, there is no modern conception of the Battle of Stalingrad. I think that people understand the true devastation of it. Soviet Union casualties and losses between 800,000 and 1,500,000 casualties for Germany. The Soviet Union, Khrushchev, 1,100,000. Perestroika, 13, or 1,350,000. Come and See. Yeah, Come and See is like the movie for, yeah, okay, yeah, Come and See is the movie for that shit. It is, and this is why when people talk about, when I see people like Asmongold, whose entire conception of history, of world events, seems to stem not from the actual study or any comprehension of the human tragedy behind these events and the gratuitous effects that they continue to have on us. It pisses me off so much because they see it as this fucking video game, not something that will ever tangibly affect them. But people do not understand. If this is World War III, if this doesn't de-escalate, which, like I said, I don't think it will. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Come and See is about Belarus. It's been a minute. I watched that in film school. It's been a minute. I should rewatch it. That's one of those movies that you don't. It's like fucking Grave of the Fireflies for me, where it's like I saw it, fucking amazing movie. I'm good. Maybe forever though. I mean, what the fuck do I know? One of my favorite movies is First Reformed. Mid-Eternal Hexteria, thank you for following. Fighting a Hobbit, thank you for 25 bits. The Strait of Hormuz is literally the main artery for trade with China. This devolves into a war. U.S. is going to get fucked and hard. I feel like Trump didn't consider this for a second and just smashed start a war button. I feel like, ooh, Fighting Hobbit. I feel almost the same exact way. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 12 months. Sorry about vanishing. Went to make rice balls. Christian Garcia, sadly, I gotta go. Too much horror this week. Great stream is always good. Night, everybody, and stay safe out there. You stay safe too. Yeah, Uncle Simric. It's a great movie you can only watch once. It's like we haven't in our lifetimes. We haven't had. We've had embarrassing losses, but we have not had devastating losses. And like it's weird because I both expect, I hope not, because I don't want more people to fucking die. But if this is the world that people like Trump decide we gotta live in, until somebody else decides differently, this is the world we gotta live in. Trump has led us into this. And you need to understand that no matter what happens next, whether there is or isn't an attack on U.S. soil, what form that takes, everything should be laid at his feet. Every aspect of this. Oh yeah, Bruce Magson. People don't appreciate the relatively peaceful and stable time a lot of the... Like, when you dig into... And this is why, because I've been reading... I talked about this a couple weeks ago, how I read through the Jakarta Method again, which was a really good setup for reading through Fort Bragg Cartel. And when you read through those, it becomes so much more embarrassing. The idea of like being proud to be an American is what are you proud of? You are proud for ideas that you were sold so that you will be able to sleep at night with a clear conscience, despite the fact that the food you're eating, the technology you're using, the clothing on your back, every aspect of your life has been finely crafted out of the subjugation and suffering of countless others. That's what it means to be proud to be an American. It means to be proud to be ignorant. Yeah, Queen of Swords, we're going to see terrorism as a result. Oh, fucking absolutely. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Misanthropic, American hegemony will soon fall. China rises over 90% of home ownership. They execute corrupt elites. Trump is scared, and that's why he wants to do these. I don't know how. Like I don't think that we're gonna. I mean, like, hey, I don't know if we're probably not going to see a Chinese invasion of America. Honestly, China's got their own shit to deal with. That being said, in the next 20 years, if China did invade America, I do not think it could be worse than it is right now. One oppressive regime to another. Ink script, everyone has the right to take pride in their country as they know it. F that moralization. I mean, like, sure, but once you know differently, it's a lot harder. Like, if you grow up, and this is why I don't hold too much animus towards like service members and people who grow up. Like there's so many people, especially right now, who are saying like, oh, I don't care about any service members to get murdered over there to go because they signed up as teenagers to go kill babies. And it's like, no. Like the people live different lives where the world that they understand and the world as they see it, it doesn't align with that. A lot of people learn that over time. A lot of people, unfortunately, learn it firsthand in the military through things like this. Thank you, Specs and Effects. Have a good one. Oil tanker struck in Strait of Hormuz. 3 tankers damaged, 1 seafarer killed as U.S. Iran. All right, so this is from a couple hours ago. All right, I thought it was. Oh my God. Yeah, Uncle Simric. I was in the Army, OEF, IOF. OIF, joined for college money. A lot of people fucking did. That was my plan. That was my plan going into, because I fucking grew up poor, and the only way that I was going to be able to go through college very quickly became, outside of paying off student debt, very quickly was like, oh, do I want to go into the Marines? And I was like, I kind of don't want to, actually. Also, I was disqualified because of, like, physical, I'm ADHD, and I have, like, some physical requirements that I don't meet. So didn't work out in the end. Thank God. But oh yeah, Jonathan Black. We talked about the shooting in Texas. Alrighty. Let me see. What else we got going on here? Let's see if there's any other updates right now. It seems like okay, I want to see this. Ah, come on now.
Millions targeting elderly women.
Here we go.
But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground.
So, Channel 4 news reporter literally epically cooked. Don't like the jargon there. The Israel spokesperson on live stream.
Here at all. This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians, targeting elderly women, killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us in Israel, they are targeting the entire region. What about the 100?
Something Israel is famously not done with any of their attacks. Is not just limiting it to Palestine, but also that's the exact like it is. It's this is blowback, y'all. Things don't happen in a vacuum. It's not karma. I need people to understand that. It's not karma, right? There is not a if that is what you believe in, then you think that there is a supernatural or metaphysical force behind this, and like that's fine. I'm not getting I just don't. This is blowback. This is a culture based on ignorance and hate and subjugation, receiving the just deserts of everything they've reaped. everything they've sowed.
Also, schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike at that.
And this must stop.
No, it's once they get hit, then it must stop. That's how it is. All right, let's go. I want to go back to, what was it, AP or BBC? There we go. Nope, that's not the one. I want a BBC. All right, here we'll oil tankers targeted. We'll throw this on in the background while I browse.
Tonight at 10, as rockets continue to rain down across the Middle East, Britain agrees to let US forces use British bases to strike Iran. The capital, Tehran, has been the main target, with the authorities there saying hundreds of civilians have been killed. A hospital has also been hit. It followed earlier strikes targeting the regime's headquarters in the capital, still reeling after the death of the supreme leader.
In the last hour, the Prime Minister has accepted a request from the US to use British military bases to launch defensive strikes.
Here in the US, President Trump has announced the deaths of 3 service personnel, as he says American combat operations will continue until all of its objectives have been achieved.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen.
Also, global economic fears tonight as an oil tanker under sanction from America is attacked in a key shipping lane. The Iranians are striking back, targeting Israel. 9 people have died in the city of Beit Shemesh, while commercial flights have been suspended across the Middle East. This, Dubai's airport, a major gateway to the Gulf. Hello to you on another dramatic day of developments here in the Middle East as Israel launches more airstrikes against targets in Iran, which came after confirmed the death of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. 3 US service personnel have also been killed, the first to die in the conflict. And in the last hour, Sir Keir Starmer says the UK will allow the United States to use British military bases to launch defensive strikes. Well, Israeli forces have been carrying out a sustained bombing campaign of Iranian targets, including in the capital Tehran, where command centers of the Revolutionary Guard have been hit. Tonight, witnesses also report a hospital in the city was struck, with patients having to be evacuated. The Iranians have been retaliating with their own missile strikes right across the region. 9 people were killed in the city of Beit Shemesh in Israel. 11 others are missing. While missiles also hit us here in Tel Aviv overnight, with 1 woman being killed and around 20 others injured. We witnessed that strike as the missile came in, not far off in the distance behind our position here. The target, an Israeli military facility, but the munitions fell short. Throughout the day, we've also had numerous air raid sirens go off here, spending several minutes each time in a bomb shelter. Things are, thankfully, a little quieter now. Well, Iran says hundreds of civilians have been killed since the assault began. Our first report tonight is from our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
Tehran is being hammered for a second night. The Americans and the Israelis are pushing hard to exploit any Iranian weakness or confusion after the killing of their supreme leader. The message is that they dominate the skies and there's no place to hide. Back in the US, Donald Trump told the regime to capitulate or else.
We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country.
And in Tehran, a strike hit the headquarters of the state broadcasting company. The Gandhi Hospital in North Tehran and 3 residential buildings next to it were badly damaged. Unless they're being used as military positions, the laws of war say hospitals are protected places. This incubator pushed out into the street seems to have a baby in it. In a city under attack, thousands of supporters of the regime gathered for the first of 40 days of mourning for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The regime retains a solid base of support despite the recent mass protests. His killing is a huge blow for regime loyalists and a seismic moment in this war, but it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the regime. Its founders, nearly 50 years ago, designed its institutions to survive wars and assassinations. It is not a one-man show. Iran is extending the war into the Gulf. 2 weeks ago, it released video of naval commandos practicing blockade.
All right. I have one more thing I want to read from The Atlantic today. Because this is something I don't doubt is rough. All eyes on Cuba. Trump's campaign to take out long-standing U.S. irritants looks back to the Caribbean. Don't fucking do this to me, dog. Ugh. I'll just read this first paragraph then. In the basement situation room at the White House and a gilded secure room at Mar-a-Lago are whispers of a Trumpian grand plan that many in Washington and in capitals around the world once considered unthinkable. The toppling of not one, not two, but 3 autocracies that have tormented generations of American presidents. Which is a incredible... The Atlantic doing a lot of... Israel has launched nationwide airstrikes on Lebanon. Do you have a Alexis Vandam? Do you have a link? Here we go. Times of Israel. Times of Israel. At Israel from Lebanon, Israeli military says. Strikes reported in Beirut. Yeah, all right, I'll go back to Alexis Vandam if you can get me a link in the chat. As U.S. and Israeli missiles fell on Iran just weeks after Trump ordered a lightning strike that put Venezuela's president in New York City courtroom, Trump is already eyeing his next target. The president is feeling like, I'm on a roll, like this one is working, one administration official told me. He said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a discussion with Cuban leaders at a very high level to potentially make a deal. There's no oil, there's no money, there's no anything. I wonder if it has anything to do with our fucking sanctions on Cuba. All right. Look up Lebanon. Nehemia, thank you for another $5. Times of Israel isn't untrustworthy. They are often willing to criticize Israel even though they're not exactly anti-Zionist. Oh, okay. I was unaware of this. Jesus. Projectiles fired from trigger sign. To Reuters, this is one target in Beirut's southern suburbs which hit in the strike. There's no immediate. Yeah, there's not going to be an immediate comment from the fucking IOF. Projectiles fired from Lebanon. Sirens went off. Immediately clear who's responsible. Hebrew media reports Hezbollah is behind the rocket fire, although the terror group has not confirmed this. It would be the first time Hezbollah has joined Iran in its attacks on Israel, as it did not get involved during previous Israel-Iran war in June. Also marked the first time the terror group has fired at Israel since the U.S.-brokered Israel-Lebanon ceasefire came into effect in November 2024. I mean, like, again, why would you pay attention to that? Al Jazeera, Israel bombs Beirut after Hezbollah launches rocket attack. Oh, Christ. Hezbollah may be seeking to preempt Israeli attacks. Video shows fireballs, smoke in Tehran skies. Hezbollah attack opens another front in ongoing war. Every new can of worms that fucking opens is another front, another country, another $5 billion to Israel. Hezbollah launches rocket attack, says its attack in response to the killing of Khamenei and defense of Lebanon and its people. The Lebanese group said early on Monday its attack was in retaliation, response to the repeated Israeli aggressions. Resistance leadership has always affirmed that the continuation of Israeli aggression and the assassination of our leaders, youth, and people give us rights to defend ourselves and respond at the appropriate time and place. The Israeli enemy cannot continue its 15-month-long aggression without a warning response. To halt this aggression and withdraw from the occupied Lebanese territories. Violence marks an escalation of what's becoming a regional war, no shit, between the U.S. and Israel on one side and Iran and its allies on the other. Which, like, because Israel has spent so long just unaccountably breaking treaties, breaking ceasefires, murdering civilians with impunity as America has backed them up, guess what? There's a lot of people in the Middle East right now going like, yeah, fuck it, Iran, let's roll. It is... The aggression of Israel has done so much to turn even what should be an easy move to say, like, yeah, Iran, bad, oof, like, rough regime, all that shit. But it's not. Because on the other side is Israel. Hezbollah has been weakened by the 2024 war that saw Israel kill most of the group's military political leaders. Not clear how much damage it can inflict on Israel. Quick to respond with airstrikes in southern Beirut. Israeli attacks in several villages in South Lebanon, as well as the Bekaa Valley in east of the country. Israeli military said it was vigorously attacking Hezbollah, so that almost guarantees to me that they're just going to start fucking murdering Lebanese civilians. The IOF forces are not to be trusted with anything they say. They've been saying nonstop that, oh no, we're going after Hamas. We're going after Hamas. We're blowing up their tunnels. That's why we got to kill all the children. That's why we got to blow up. Will not allow the organization to pose a threat to the state of Israel. suffering from economic and political woes for years. Hezbollah and Israel reached a ceasefire. Yeah, again, I wonder why literally everybody should take this chance. Should take this chance. Like, they are completely vindicated for taking this chance to attack Israel. Reached a ceasefire in November 2024, but they've been violating the truce and carrying out attacks across the country almost daily. Lebanese government issued a decree to disarm Hezbollah, but the group rejected the decision, arguing its weapons are needed to protect against Israeli expansionism, which kind of is. Hezbollah attack was, quote, an irresponsible, suspicious act that jeopardizes Lebanon's security and safety, which it also does, provides Israel with pretext to continue its aggression. But they don't, here's the problem, they don't need a pretext. They're going to continue the aggression, either way. Okay, hang on. Alrighty, chat. I'm tired. This has been kind of an impromptu stream. I don't usually stream on Sundays. I will try and stream a bit tomorrow. Let us go over. Thank you to everybody who's donated, everybody who's given today. Go onto the chat, or go on to, if you haven't yet, YouTube. Go say hi. Go like, comment, do all the things. I have more videos that will be coming out soon. Always working on stuff. I have to go walk a dog. I have to go say hi to people. Who is streaming? It is Sunday night, so we've got Caseytron. Let's go say hi to Caseytron. I think there's Caseytron, Connor, or everybody else is, yeah, looking fine. Let's go say hi to Casey. Go like, follow, go send some goats in chat to Casey. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. And thank you for joining us.